Sup? Why does my sustain pedal never work? It's fine there. Maybe I need to... The cable. Hello, Caddy. Excuse me. Hoppin'. Wow, thanks. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? So let me, can I like zoom out? I guess I can a bit. Tiny little. I need a new fucking sustain. Oh, fucking Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. Strings are too bright. Let's tell him to chill a bit. IB Kegels, hello, hello. Masson, how's it going, Gunny? Nice to see you on this fine... It's actually Monday morning, but I'm calling it a Sunday sesh, because it's like, you know. Just Fro, hello, hello. I cannot understand. I speak Anglais. So, try and keep the chat in English. Just for moderation's sake, you know? I really like the video title, by the way, so it's planning out future system. Yeah. It's gonna be, what the fuck, cat? It's gonna be fun. We're gonna do a little bit of research, and, I mainly want to look at asynchronous... Just like asynchronous, you know, the kind of pitfalls and things to look out for and whatnot. Yeah. Murdoch, Daeem, how's it going? Zen. Not the music, it's too good. You flatter me, Do you remember the games that got serenaded living life? Hell yeah. That's it. Later, La Pen. Just for I said that you play beautifully. Thank you very much, Fro. How's that track go again? It's like... I need to learn my, there's like a technique where you can like... where you can like triple finger or like quad finger? Or even 5. You can do like quintuplet groups with it. But I don't actually know piano. Geo, how's it going? How's it going? Logan, tests UEFN patchwork. I have not. I've never actually used UEFN. Probably never will, but too busy doing my own bollocks. Playing the strings manually. The strings are just behind the piano, so I'm just playing both at once. But the strings obviously will sustain longer than the piano. What software would you recommend to use record audio for like voices and such? And could use that same software for music, use separate things. All the one program, and just whatever you can get. If you've got a Mac, you could literally just use GarageBand, or I can't remember if Macs come with Logic Pro anymore, or if Logic Pro is like subscription based or any bullshit like that. You could always, if you want something cheap / free for Windows, maybe look at Reaper, which is like, I think it's like $50 for a permanent license. I've never used it. I use Pro Tools. Pro Tools 11 from 2011. Very old, but it's just what I use for all our music stuff. But yeah, you can any kind of digital audio workstation can be done for like recording audio and for doing like virtual instrumentation. Where did I put my stuff? Ah, there you are. What's this one? I love that strings patch. Better root for Windows, Pro Tools 11 is gone forever. I don't know if it's gone forever, but what was this one? What are you? Ah, that's just the title track. Very old version. You might be able to find like a crack for the old Pro Tools versions, but I mean they're pretty outdated. But yeah. All right, let's get stuck into some work at some point. Oh, there's this patch. Where are you? There's this instrument that I found the other day. Wait, what the? Oh, it's not soloed. There you go. No? Buzzy Boy. There it is. I've got like a bunch of delay and stuff on it, but it's like this old like what's it even called? It's a guitaraphone. It doesn't have any velocity with it, but I mean that's kind of accurate because it's hammered or plucked. Very cool. It's got a few doodads. Hold on. Database. Terrifying. Here we go. Oh, fuck. No. All right, delete. All right, what do you got? Okay, that's the hammers one. Then it's got single. That's loud. Jesus. And then it's got a like a chorusy one. It's just like multiple of them. Anyway, then it's got these nice ones. which is just like a swarm of them. Then it's got even more. And then it's got even more. Oh, does that one have extra range? I didn't realize I pitched it. Interesting. Oh, true. There is a noise gate, isn't there? I forgot to turn my noise gate off. You guys probably couldn't even hear much of that. That was sick, though. Bad luck, bad luck. That should be fine now. Does have velocity sense. I didn't realize it actually had. I thought it was like like one velocity. Right. I see now. They can do like Kenshi vibes. Wait, hold on. Let's Where is my altar boy? Beautiful, beautiful. I actually love the sound of a bit crusher on like piano. Oh, but wait, but before reverb? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Alright, here we go. Sorry, let me just turn off my gate. .9 bits at 6.9 kilohertz. Let's go 6.9. These are like my secret bit crush settings. Beautiful, beautiful. I just love fizzling out as well, like. Anyway, that's enough music for today. Right, let's get started doing work. Right after I disable playback through my microphone. Disable stereo on my mic. And filters. Put my gate back on. Beautiful. All right. Oh. Have I heard of the hurdy-gurdy? Yeah, no. Of course I haven't. Of course I haven't. No, I have, of course. I am a musician of, 20 years, by the way. So if I'm able to reproduce it, I could find a sample easy, or like a VST that has like the proper controls and whatnot, with like the drones and the blah blah blah. You know how it is. You know how them hurdies and those gurdies are. Right, we need music. Let's open up our old school RuneScape chill playlist. Plague Tale was hurdy-gurdy sim. True, true. Sup virgins, that's right. That's right. All right, let's... also, Toma. The cats are... I don't know. Oh, here we go. Wait, let's start off the stream with a reply to a salty comment. All right, here we go. Mr. 74NZ says, learn to be more specific and beginner friendly. Apologies, sir. Next time. Apologies, sir. It won't happen again, sir. I'll give him a heart. Who are you? Just gameplay. Goddamn. Goddamn. Alright. Let us begin us. Always videos is that's an okay feature I could use, right? Yeah, that's exactly what my videos are. It's like literally the point of them. Hey, I'm glad someone understands. What's the other thing you say in your head when you don't understand why you don't understand a tutorial? Yeah. I mean, he could have worded it better, you know. Instead of like, learn to make your tutorials more specific, he could have said, I'm not quite sure I understand this part. Could you please elaborate? That's just internet people for you. How do I view... There we go. Cleaned my desktop. Clean desktop. Speaking of okay visualize use, that shall spread the word of texture 2D arrays. Yeah, you know. Maybe. We'll see. Just seemed frustrated, felt like that when I started. Yeah, absolutely. It's very, like, natural to be frustrated when you're, like, trying to learn stuff, but it's just not clicking. But that's not an excuse to be a piece of shit. Although, to be fair, it could be like a language barrier. Like, I always give people the benefit of the doubt. Like, you know, they could just have like giga autism, or they could just be like, yeah, language barrier. Or, you know, they might have just grown up without, you know, parents that taught them fucking manners. Or just parents full stop, you know, you never know. Maybe they didn't have the privilege of being parented. How do I, get rid of this dock again? Alright, hold on. Oh, docks. There we go. Anne. Hello. Or Anne. I'm new here, so you can do everything from modeling, texturing, to sound effects, to game dev. That's amazing. Yes, I am a multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary. I've liked all my videos and never intended to make things beginner friendly, because then the people who can actually implement the things will have to slog through the basic. Yeah, that's very much how I feel when I make videos, is like, if I stopped and explained every single piece of relevant information, all of my videos would go for like, you know, 3 hours. And it's like I think one of the benefits of having a backlog of, you know, heaps of videos is that I can point people to other videos, and just be like, you know, oh, you know, if you need to learn like how to set up a runtime virtual texture volume, you know, just check out this video where I explain it, rather than be like, okay, in this video about, you know, snapping objects to the ground using world position offset, you know, we're going to be doing this, except first let's go to project settings, and we're gonna go to enable distance fields, and we're gonna like we're gonna set up the distance fields, and this is what a distance field is, and this is how it's calculated, and this is blah blah blah. And then we're also going to set up a runtime virtual texture, and this is what a runtime virtual texture is, and this is how you set up a runtime texture volume, and a blah 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 blah. And these are the things you got to remember with runtime virtual, blah, blah, blah. You know, like that stuff's all assumed knowledge, or knowledge that, you know, you could, like I say before we get started with it, like, if you don't know what a runtime virtual texture is, you can check out this video, blah 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 blah, or just fucking Google it. Because, you know, you can't expect every video to cover everything every time. So yeah, I don't really worry about that. And if people are like confused about a specific thing in the video, like, I always answer questions, as long as they're fucking polite. Like, the amount of people that will like comment on a video from like, you know, 2 years ago or something, and they're like, I know this is an old video and he probably isn't going to read this, but has anyone, you know, does anyone know XYZ? And because like I get notified for every comment, like on the channel. So I'll just answer it within like 10 minutes and be like, oh yeah, this is blah, 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 blah. And they're like, what the fuck? How'd you fucking, what the fuck? Are you stalking me? And I say, yes, I am stalking. I'm not actually stalking anyone. Alright, plugin's done. Enough of the damn plugin. Plugin's fucking donezo. Stop dicking around with the plugin. That jiggle looks quite nice. Hey, in it. Gone. Why is it not, Alright, sorry for doing plugin first thing, but why is that, bush not jiggling? Foliage pusher, foliage jiggle. No, the jiggle's fine, it's the wiggle. Foliage wiggler, hello. Parameters, interaction wiggle 0.1, maybe. But why is the foliage wiggler add wind velocity add? Well, yeah, I need to get in the habit of, and I need to do this in the videos, whenever you're combining, you know, stuff to drive the wiggler or the jiggler, you should absolute it before adding them together. Otherwise you get like weird cancelling out. Although that one goes into the... Okay, no, that actually can't do that. Blah, 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 that's the bender. Okay, it would be... Oh, but it wouldn't... Anyway. Add you, and you. You are the velocity bubble. Get added. Add length. Saturate. Yeah, so why aren't you jiggling? Or wiggling, sorry. Because when I do this... Yeah, it's only jiggling. It's not wiggling. Wait, is the interaction bubbles? Hello. Are you actually? You know, we're getting velocity. Huh. Yeah, what the fuck? Shit, sorry, let me catch up on chat. Jeez, YouTube chat's going wild today. Plugin's done. Plugin is done, and not just on Twitch. I don't comprehend. No comprehend. You don't really absorb the knowledge by having everything being fed to you directly, because learning experience was going through the other people's project tutorials are just cool snips. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, I think that's one thing, because, like, obviously I know a lot of people resonate with my, like, delivery style, like my tutorial style, because it is, you know, not hand-holdy, and it's like very how do I explain it? It's very thinger. It's a thing. It's one of them things. That's insane. How could you find the time learning all those skills? So I started game dev about 3 years ago. But I didn't stop once I started. So yeah. A lot of time, like time per day. Why is this not wiggling? Oh, is it because the cylinder is too... No, wait, does that mask it? Root to tip, but it doesn't mask it. Gotcha. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, it's the speed. Is the speed just set to a dumb number? Interaction jiggle... Wiggle speed. Interaction wiggle speed. What is default value? 0.1. And this is... 0.1. Okay, that is not what the default value should be. It should be like this. Alright, everything's fine now. You can go back in. Yeah, it's just, it was so slow that we couldn't see it. Is it this that was going into there? Oh, fuck off. Yeah, no, that was it. That was it. Alright, we bump into this. Huh? Oh, right, I only changed the default, but this would have had its own value. What? Wiggle speed, 1. Wiggle max angle. Oh, it reset all of the defaults. But does that set everything's default, or only if they are the default value. Well, yeah, I can see that going giga fast, but... I don't know, I kind of hate the default parameters being in the thing, but like, it saves so much bullshit when people are making materials and stuff. Alright. There we go. It is jiggling. Probably jiggle... Oh, sorry, wiggle more than that. I feel like if you really fucking bumped into it, it would wiggle way more. Wiggle max angle. 0.05. Now that's a big angle. Alright, let's continue catching up on chat. What's the most unexpected moment or location that you've had an idea for a video? Well, I mean, I haven't really left this room in 3 years, so... you know, probably in this room, and, whilst doing game dev stuff. I'm talking about 2D arrays, blah, 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 blah. It's time to plug out at this point. Agreed, agreed. Marek, hello, hello. Whose job in the game industry is this stuff you do? Technical artist, environmental artist, DevOps, mixture of all above? So for this... Oh, this stuff here would be a technical artist's job. Oh, okay, that's very jiggly. Oh, so that does reset all the defaults. Look at that. Oh, fuck. Goo! Sorry. Yeah, so this would probably be a technical artist's job. Which basically just... Oh, it could be... I guess it would be a technical artist's job to set up the underlying system. But then you could just have like a VFX artist. Oh god, why are all the defaults? What the fuck? What even happened here? Nightmare fuel. Yeah, so, and then, yeah, I guess a VFX artist could maybe do the shaders and stuff themselves. But yeah, it's very much in the realm of technical art. Oh my god, they are very angry trees. Oh, well, I'll fix that up later. Can you do full game dev with Blueprint only? Heard somewhere that Blueprint makes the game slow. You need C++ sooner or later. You can do a full game with Blueprint. Games like Valorant are mostly Blueprint. And Valorant is renowned for running pretty well, I think. But yeah, so blueprints do execute slower, but that only really matters if you are CPU bound anyway. And you know, like, it's also like if your game is chugging, you're probably just doing something wrong, you know, in general. And, you know, just writing the same thing, but in C++ probably won't fix the issue most of the time. There are some cases where, like... I mean, even the... I was gonna say, like, when you're iterating over like huge, you know, huge arrays or like just big quantities of data and doing heaps of calculations, but you could still do that in Blueprint, either just staggered, so like do a few of them per frame, so that you're not hitching, you know, big frames and stuff, or you could just do it Blueprint asynchronous. So, you know, there are, and like that's something that, yeah, you would probably do in C++ as well, if you were chugging, because you were, you know, calculating a million things in one frame. You know, you might spread it out over a few frames or something. You're done and not just... Ah, okay, it's a meme. It's a meme. I'm not familiar with Zoomer memes. Brought the obviously painting plugin you talked about on one of your videos yesterday. Oh, the runtime Vertex Paint plugin. Yeah, it's a very good one. It's a very good plugin. Very good what do you call? Customer support as well. The creator man is very, very good. Blueprints don't handle heavy recursion well, such as assembling a mesh vert by vert in nested loops, peepers, this kind of thing. Generally, they do no recursion fine. Well, I mean, a blueprint wouldn't be the thing assembling a mesh, because like the geometry script stuff is written in its own modules and whatnot, and the blueprint is just calling that. But I guess if you were calling the blueprint, you know, node over and over again to do something, then that would be a nightmare. Small, simple game project, maybe. So, yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and profiling often is a good idea. Yeah, technical designer could pretty much be the same thing. Tech artist is pretty broad umbrella. Yeah, I feel like a tech artist is like just basically like a generalist, you know, like I always think as a tech artist as like someone that bridges the gap between like pure artists and pure coders. So like, you know, implements art, like art-related things in a technical manner. So, you know, things like setting up a complicated animation blueprint, you know, would be like a technical artist adjacent job. Or like doing like a VFX system like this, where it's like the artists are the ones making, you know, the assets, the bushes, but as a technical artist, I'm advising them to, you know, oh, I need you to, you know, vertex paint from the root to the tip and, you know, give them all pivots or something so that they work with this system. That's like the technical artist's job, to sort of make sure that the pure artists that are actually talented do, you know, don't make, like, keep things optimized, keep things in specifications and whatnot for like whatever the systems are. GameDev blueprints are more dangerous than code, in my opinion. I disagree. I don't think. I'd say they're even safer. Because, like, you can't have a grammatical error in a blueprint. But yeah, no, yeah, Blueprint. I mean, I think people get I think Blueprint gets a bad rap because people get taught just bad practice in general. Like I said earlier, like, you know, bad code is going to run bad in Blueprint or C++. That reminds me of Blueprint. That's insane. I thought it began like it would have a team of coders. Well, I mean, Blueprint is code. It's just a different, like, language, I guess. Perforce kills structs with every push. Yeah, okay, yeah. Structs are the one thing that is very, like, busted in Blueprint sometimes. Can you show the tutorial how I can use break material attribute? I got layer blend and break material attribute. Is this other method? So if I understand correctly, let's just pretend this is a landscape. Well, it is a landscape. It may as well be. So you're using the make material attributes doodad, and then you've got multiple of these. Maybe they're like in their own function or something, and you know you've got your base color texture going into the base color, and you've got the you know the normal maps going into here, and you've got the blah 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 blah. And then you're using a landscape layer blend where you've got your, you know, your arse and your earth. That says add. That should be grass. And you're blending between these two thingers, these two big, you know, it's essentially this, but you can do it earlier. So then you're blending them together based on, you know, the landscape, like paint. Then you can break it again, break material attributes. So this is like the combination of these two, or, you know, anything that's been blended. So then you could be like, okay, let's get the normals and, I don't know, do some noise shit, add some noise to the normals for like a rain effect or something. And that will add this effect over all of the stuff. So think of it like a hierarchy almost. And that's all the break material attributes is used for. And then you could, you know, yeet it all back into here. Or you could use attributes, blah, blah, blah. You could make material attributes again, do all your shit, and then that can go into there. So that's the break material attribute. What? Programmer and artist did the fusion dance. Exactly. For example, the work I've seen coders tell designers not to do things on tick in BP, so they started using looping timelines. But see, that's again, that's not Blueprint's fault. You could do that in C++, you know. That's just, you know, coders not teaching designers properly. It just sounds like a skill issue to me. Hey there, I have a very good video that explains how Blueprint can be better in some scenarios, how C++ can be better in others. UE5 is made for the communication between them. If you don't want to unterp. If you want, from this discussion. Yeah, you can post a link for sure. Sorry, I'm still catching up on the chat. But yeah, blueprints are like the backbone of, or maybe blueprints are like the meat and potatoes of Unreal Engine. Blueprint opens game dev to many more people. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Speaking of bad practices, big teams, I got a friend whose team went even where they were using Lumen for the last X months. Damn. Damn. Yeah, rest in peace frame rate. Kind of hate break make material attributes get set as so much cleaner. Access to things you don't have a make break. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess make and break is the same as like breaking a struct and then recombining the entire struct rather than using set member. But yeah. Break a blueprint from compiling if it has a broken reference for sure. Yeah, but you'll get a compilation error most of the time. Well, I guess if the reference, I mean, you should never really be using like a hard reference anyway. You should be like getting. Yeah, I don't know. It's just. Nobody explains, but so many marketplace materials. Is it? No worries at all. Yeah, a lot of especially like photorealistic materials will use, you know, set material attributes and whatnot, because they're using all the texture types and stuff. Will you consider making a C++ tutorial? No, because I don't know any C++. I don't know any coding languages. Just the limitations BP, brick wall generation, same operation. Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, who the fuck's generating brick walls anyway? Am I right, fellas? Lim can work fine. What if heard from AAA tech guys that you should set it to like lower settings want to be usable in games? Yeah, I mean, it depends on target hardware. It depends on, you know, if you're doing other stuff and whatnot. But yeah. I wonder if they'll make blueprints compile further eventually. It's already calling C++ code. Anyhow, if you double click on any functions that aren't included in blueprint, it opens in VS. Yeah, so they used to do that. It was called nativization. But it was a nightmare. So like it would basically nativize all of the blueprint to not run in like the blueprint virtual layer. When the game got packaged, but there were too many like weird things happening with it that they just removed it from Unreal 5. But I feel like they will revisit that for sure, because Blueprint is like an extremely important asset to just Unreal Engine in general. I feel like that attracts heaps of, you know, new people to the platform versus, you know, something like Unity, where it has like a notoriously bad visual scripting experience. So yeah. Never get that to work. Every time the build is broken in a major way, never saw a big performance change either. Yeah, it was very hit and miss, apparently. I never used it. I mean, I've never fucking published a game, so I've never needed to, but yeah. All right, we've caught up on chat. Congrats, congrats. All right, I actually want to fix... I wonder why these... Like, why the, why the speed, like the default speed changed on all of them. I guess because they didn't have it explicitly set. Because they were still set to default, and it said, oh yeah, we'll change the default, so now the default to the defaults. Alright, well the bush is fine. The reeds are fucked. Although I want to get the... Where's the wiggler? It is just the wiggler. Max angle, yep. Time distortion, time distortion. Wiggle speed is 0.5. But then why are the trees so damn fast? Example tree. Example tree. Wiggler. Oh no, it's in parameters, isn't it? Oops. Interaction wiggle speed. It is 0.5. Is 0.5 just too fast? No, now it's slower. It's just too big. Vibratory. That sounds like a some sort of adult product. Alright, so this is all good. You're jiggling. No, see, now that... What the fuck is going on? It's like it sets everything... No, those are still going giga fast. So cursed. Unity has a notoriously bad everything, if you ask me. Yeah, look, fair enough. Fair enough. Stretching time. All right, we can stretch it. Oh. I just want to like dislocate my shoulders. That would feel so good. Alright, what the hell is going on here? Wiggle. Also, I might even... do I want to... I might even take the word interaction out of it. Because, like, when like, you first open it up, it just looks like this. Although it wouldn't be any different because we just get jiggle, blah, blah, blah. So you're going to have to move it anyway. So you know what? Let's just forget about that. Wiggle... Yeah, so that's been set to 01. But the max angle has changed again. Why does that... So wait, is that setting it in the... I think it is. Wait, if I change that to 1... And then go into here. No. No, am I tripping? Wiggle speed. Wiggler. Huh. It's so annoying. I mean, but when's anyone gonna be fucking setting their things in their master materials anyway? You know? So yeah, that is what's happening. It's changing the fucking default. So weird. Why does that happen? What is love? Flashbacks to every Unity game using the default jumping implementation that doesn't allow you to properly jump if you're traveling at a slightly downhill grade. Yeah, I feel that. The equivalent of that is like Unreal Engine games using like ALS, like, you know, the ALS project, like Only Up, or like any of those fucking rage games that just use just ALS reskinned. All right, how am I gonna? How are we gonna? I mean, I'm gonna have to make a material instance for all of them. So annoying. I mean, it's just for the foliage. It's actually not that bad. Leaves. No, that doesn't matter. That. 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 And that. And that. And just create material insti. Actual published games using Alice? Yeah, there is heaps. Heaps of games use it. Like, not like AAA games, but like, you know, small indie games that that are interesting. Oh, meshes. Ass instance. This one. Instance. This one. Instance. This one. Instance. Jeez, those distance field shadows are doing work. This one. Instance. Jeez, I use this medical grade fucking anti-dandruff treatment. Like, I can feel it. My scalp is like, it's something. It's something. Oh, I didn't actually set up a dead grass material, did I? No great engine industry. I mean, paint thinner? Yeah, basically. It fucking feels like it. It's like selenium something. Selenium sulfide. That shit goes hard. It sounds very... Yeah. It's hard shit. I'm just Googling it now. Apparently it's a carcinogen. I mean, just don't fucking eat it then. Duh. Tried ketoconazole shampoo instead. No. Once you someone else's Head and Shoulders because it was in the shower, made my head feel like plastic, for lack of a better word. See, I usually use Head and Shoulders 2-in-1, which is like poggers. Like, it just makes my hair feel amazing, and it's like it's a very like light you know, dandruff treater. Like, you know, it's like an everyday shampoo, whereas like this shit, so like I ran out of that shampoo. I've got just like backup shampoos and whatever that aren't, you know, dandruff treatment. They're like too natural, you know? I feel like if a shampoo isn't like fucking full of chemicals, it's probably doing nothing. You know? So it kind of just left me like feeling like a grease ball all the time. Because I've got like fucking like psoriasis, and really I'm like a fucking oily boy. I'm a grease ball. But yeah. You know. So yeah, so like I haven't had any dandruff treatment in like fucking 2 or 3 weeks. So then my dad was like, oh, I've got this fucking stuff that, you know, this fucking selenium sulfide. And I'm like, fuck yeah, give me a dose of that. So yeah, my head is on fire right now. But you're only supposed to use it like once a week. Once or twice a week. Just with tea tree oil in it? I don't know. I feel like just putting more oil in my head is always counterintuitive. Because like everything, like everyone always says, oh, like if you use too much shampoo, then your scalp just gets oilier and oilier and whatever. Because your body can't fucking... You know, your body has to like make up to replace the natural oils and whatever. But it's like, bruh, like I have a fucking condition. Like I'm producing too much oil in the first place. Like I want to fucking, you know, get rid of it. I want to shampoo every day. Like that's just what I need. That's just how it works. I don't know. People are very, like, one-size-fits-all with fucking hair care. Like, they're like, oh, this This works for, like, you know, I didn't shampoo for like 6 months and now my hair is like perfectly balanced. It's like, well, yeah, fucking good for you, dickhead. Like, you know, I've gone months without showering before and my hair was like fucking disgusting. That's a joke, by the way. It was a year. I went a year with it. No, I'm just kidding. It was 2 years. Focus more on conditioner because my beard's made of tungsten rods. Hell yeah. Dandruff caused by a specific species of fungi. If tea tree oil kills it, then it would work. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, that's what selenium sulfide does. It just does it real fucking hard. Like, you know. It's like base boosted tea tree oil. I don't know, I feel like a lot of people are like too scared of... I was having this fucking conversation with a family member about MSG. About, like, you know, artificially synthesized monosodium glutamate. And it's like a molecule is a molecule, you know? It's like vanillin versus vanilla. It's like vanillin occurs naturally in vanilla beans, and that's what gives it its, you know, its flavor and its aroma. But like, if you can just like artificially synthesize just pure vanillin, and it's like $3 for a fucking bottle of it, it's like, why the fuck not? Like, yeah, if this isolated molecule occurs in this thing, and we just do it, it's like, you know, what's the difference? Like, in some cases, isolating, like, a particular thing, like, you don't get the, the extra benefit. Like, you know, with some foods, for example. Like, a lot of foods just contain extra shit that's also beneficial. But, like, I don't know. People are just scared of shit. MSG is, like, the best. MSG is, like, god tier seasoning. Like, literally the only reason that MSG got a bad rap is because of racism. Because people were, like, trying to... It's not a conspiracy, by the way. But people were sick of, like, Chinese places, like Chinese fooderies, getting so much business and taking business away from their pure American, you know, garbage food. So they were like, you know what? MSG causes cancer. MSG causes headaches. MSG causes fucking... Turn my son gay. That sounds like something a conservative American would say. But yeah. MSG's great. 3 years ago, I lost a tooth to a family holiday face punch. Jesus. Put that thing back in for 2 months every time it fell out. What the fuck? Oh, do you mean... Wait, what? I'm confused. I'm confused. People reading a random paper that wasn't supposed to be official research. Just some dude asking if anyone else noticed any adverse effects from MSG. Yeah, it's like, like, oh, I went to, you know... I got Chinese takeout. And then I threw up, you know, because I got sick. Must have been the MSG, you know. But it's like, no, you just ate, like, 10-day-old rice. Don't blame the MSG. Please, I beg. Oh my god, that is very scary. Let's see. Wiggle speed. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into the function. We're gonna set the settings to be like reasonable. And then we're gonna leave it forever and never touch the defaults in the master material again. Yeah. I went to Trust Me Bro University. The U is uncapitalized for a reason. True. MC found tomatoes, meat, mushroom, seaweed. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was explaining to this family member. He's like, bruh, if you eat cherry tomatoes, it's like that's MSG. You're not gonna yell at the tomatoes for putting MSG in them. You know? I'm so fucking hungry right now. I'm gonna make noodles when I finish this stream. I'm gonna make my mee goreng special. Indomie mee goreng noodles. Like the instant noodles, you know. Alright, there we go. Sweet. Alright, we're back on track. So that is that. What are the other ones? Example materials. Where are you? Materials. We got the reeds. The reeds. Oops, wrong thing. I forgot I had that up there. No real food. If you start telling people the dangers of sugar and how keto is the best diet. True. Yeah, did you watch that that Netflix show about sugar? Bro, it changed my life. Sugar's so bad. I've gone sugar free. I'm gone complete. I don't even eat fruit. I don't even eat bread because it's got sugar in it. 100% sugar free. Where's the... There it is. We'll pump it a little bit. There we go. Oh, fuck yeah, boy. Nice. Does that have any height distortion? Now it does. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Are we? Hold on. Wiggle for me. Wait, does it need to be less then? It's too stiff. Is that even interaction, wiggle, height, time distortion? 0.4. Oh, what about like fucking 5? Okay, now I can see it doing work. Right, so maybe 1 is... Then the default's 0.1. Okay, no, that's fine then. We'll just leave it. Difference between whole fruit and the massive as a junk food loaded with sugar. I mean, that's true. That is true. Like, very much so. Like, yeah, whole sugars that are attached to the, you know, the fruity fibers and bullshit is very different to... What's with America and fucking corn syrup? Or corn sugar, or whatever they call it. That shit's fucked up. That's just like 90% fructose, isn't it? Like, it's like a giga high fructose versus like sucrose balance. Whereas here in Australia, we grow cane sugar. We're all about that cane sugar. Give me that fucking brown cane sugar. Or just raw cane sugar. Sugar's so good, man. Sugar's like... You need sugar to survive. That's why it tastes so fucking good, you know? Because your body needs it. Although I guess humans adapted to rewarding sugar like so bad, like so much, because it was like rare. Like you'd come across fruit like every now and then, and it would be like, fuck yeah, give me some of that. Like it's, you know, a very big energy boost. So farming was the birth and the death of humanity. Flucone extends the tighter plant somehow form into spikes on the surface tension breaks when you touch it somehow it immediately gets onto you to a weed you start growing. Yeah, I've grown like some like cherry tomato plants before. Although I never had inflammation from them, from like handling them. I also grow it's a fucking weird thing to grow, but I grow stinging nettle. Like this shit. Oh, is this an Australian thing? Right. I didn't realize that stinging nettle was Australian. I thought everyone had fucking nettles. Scrub nettle, sting nettle, tall nettle, upright, perennial herb, native to streams of forest of eastern and southern Australia. There you go. Doxed. From northeast, southwards, east, Queensland, New South Wales, blah, 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 blah. There you go. Indigenous Australians ate the leaves after baking them between hot stones. Literally, these guys were fucking ahead of the game by like 60,000 years. These guys were making like kale chips. Because that's one of the nicest ways to eat nettles. Is like bake them in the oven or just fry them in a pan. So good. You can also sorry Wikipedia, I don't have any money. Clearing the blood. I mean, yeah, they are actually medicinal because you can... I mean, it sounds counterintuitive, but if you've got, like, inflammation, like muscle or just, like, you know, general inflammation, it sounds really dumb, but apparently thrashing yourself with nettles is a treatment for inflammation. But it's like nettles cause intense inflammation. But I guess it doesn't just cover up the pain with more pain. It actually like flushes out Fucking what causes inflammation again? Histamine and stuff. Not all nettles sting. No, so these ones do sting like a lot, but once you cook them, their spines. Let's go Australian stinging nettles. Can we get like a closer? That's not them. They're like little hairs. Like tiny little hairs. But yeah, anyway, the spines like break down as soon as they're exposed to heat. And they're actually really tasty. You can even like make tea from them. The stems aren't too bad either if you kind of like just cut them into little bits and fry them. Stinging nettle extract inhibits SARS. That little fella. Little fella. But yeah, so I like I don't grow these like intentionally, but I cultivate them. I don't get rid of them. I've got like a huge fucking a few patches of them. But yeah, no, they're really good. Really good. Very full of iron. Iron's always good, you know. Especially if you're vegan like me. You don't eat the red meats. You don't eat any meat. I don't even know how I fucking... I'm literally so vegan that I just fucking eat leaves, bro. I just eat leaves and grass. But yeah, there's probably like different nettles everywhere, so... in my game world, a whole town is focused around thorns. One of the main families are the Urtica family. Ah, the family's names. I like that. I like that. I like that. I love that sort of like smart etymology in like games and stuff. Etymology. What a good word. Sounds so medieval. What? Thrashing? Nettle thrashing? Ever heard of pin firing? Pin firing? What the fuck is pin firing? Thermocautery. Treatment of an injury to a horse's leg by burning, freezing, or dousing with acid or caustic chemicals. Gotcha. Use freeze firing now. Using liquid nitrogen instead of a hot iron. Jesus Christ. So it's just to... Yeah. Yeah, so basically just like... sends like shit tons of histamine response to the injury site. So, you know, yeah, that's actually what... Like let's look up nettle thrashing. I'm pretty sure it's the exact same concept. It's called urtication, flogging with stinging nettles, and flagellation, beating with rods, in the treatment of paralysis. There you go. It's like a very hardcore acupuncture. Medication flogging with nettles, process of no, I want the it's down. Uses traditional medicine. Here we go. Yeah, nice. Hello, little chicken big. Chicken bacon. How you doing? All right. Let me. I probably can't catch up on chat. There's too much. There's too much going on. Too much going on. What a funny girl. Beat the demons out of the patient, retrieve the nettles. You wanna sit with me? Or are you just chilling? What is it? Can we cuddle? We cuddle? Oh, hello. Slobbering all over me, cat. Slobberer. You're laying down. Oh, you're sweet. You're sweet. Alright, reeds are good. Palm leaves are good. The grass is... it's actually not too bad, like with the wind. I mean, it's very jiggly. I might actually increase the jiggle size. Although the, hold on, grass example. Sample wind, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, yeah, so it is doing simple grass wind. But then the jiggle. Oh, no, it's using the wiggler. I mean, yeah, it's fair, yeah. So we can just say grass. Wiggle, max angle, less. And the wiggle speed is fine. Yeah. Then last is the... Wait, what's the sap? Oh, the sapling is these ones. Which use the deformer to actually, like, squish. But they don't have any jiggle on them. So let's actually jiggle them up. Will this deep plant lore be integrated into Prismatica? Yes. Of course it will be. Plore. Hell yeah. Jiggle. Foliage Jiggle. Jiggle input is the... do we even need the pusher as well? I guess we could. Yeah, pusher. So jiggle input is going to use deform velocity plus wind plus water plus length saturate. So that is just jiggle. Blah blah blah. That has the wind. Oh no, but that's pivot point. So we actually want to get the well, yeah, no, you know what, fuck the jiggle. We'll just do pusher. This needs to have the wind, not pivot point sampled. We want to get wind vector, which is the wind RG. Wind push strang. Oh, that's the actual value. But then should that be like its own... Should that be a default parameter? Or should that be like a whole fucking thing, you know? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what should be a pin and what should be a thingo in the thing. Do you know what I mean? It's tough. It's tough. Do you have a release date for the plugin? Soon, TM. It's really fucking intense, isn't it? Why have you... Oh my fucking god. Why are the trees so... Fuck. Everything's just falling apart. Right, these need... Why is the pushing not pushing? So that's a fucking 50? Small bush, tree example instance. Wiggle max angle 0.01. And the speed is 0.1. Good. Also, where's like the height mask applied in here? Like when we've got the foliage wiggler, sorry, the jiggler. and the pusher, that gets masked by that. Oh, that, yeah, okay, that gets done manually from another thing. Which is like, again, I should probably like remove this from the pusher, because the masking should be getting done like outside of the thing. The only time that we need masks is for like the time distortion stuff. Like, yeah, root tip mask should be just for the time distortion, not for the actual masking of the effect. I don't know. Fucking Jesus. I mean, these are just examples of how shit can be used, so I'm not too fussed. Just as long as they move in general. Cool. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Why are they in there again? Oh, because of that. Makes sense. Wow, it's very strong. Is there currently a system for global wind active to affect foliage and water, or is that something to add ourselves? You'd need to add it yourself. Yeah, this is only for the local simulation stuff. Usually what you would do... sorry, let me just... this. There we go. Usually what you'd do for water is like... You'd have like your water ripple... I mean, you could do it with the system technically, because then it would be more realistic. It's a good question. No, I guess there's no real benefit. Because, like, this here, like, let's say I just spray this with wind. We get, like, you know, general rippling. But it's obviously, like, not super high resolution. And, like, we don't really get the benefits of having it have, like, reflective boundaries and stuff from the, you know, from the wind and stuff. So, like, what you'd want to do is implement like, you know, just panning textures, like, you know, water N, water normal. What are you? I guess that looks like water. Panna, yeet it. Another one, different panna, yeet it, blend, normals, angle corrected normals, blah, blah, blah. yeet them together. Blend. Angle corrected normals. You go... Hold on. They need to be unpacked first. Alright, then that would go into there, and then that would go into the normals. And then we just need to give these panning. I guess. So yeah, if you just like combine two panning noise textures together, you get like, okay, that's very slow and also very big. World pause. Divided by some value. 200. And then another one bigger. 300. Maybe like 230. 273. So they like never overlap. Alright, and now speed up. I'll just do time. Oh, time. Nope. Time. Multiplied by 20 times faster. You go into time. There you go. Alright, now it's like really obvious that it's panning. You could do like 4 of it. So it's like, you know, in each direction. Yeah, just like general water ripples. So this would be like your windy water effect. And then you could lerp that in and out, you know, based on the wind, the current wind, global wind level. And then that also just leaves it so that the local stuff can go on top of it. And, you know, like... And not be, like... Not get interfered with by... Just having heaps of noise in the simulator. If that makes sense. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend doing. And that would also be the same with the foliage. I mean, you could still use the functions to drive your wind effects, but like they don't look super good in isolation. Like they're supposed to be for like the wiggler is supposed to be for, you know, like an isolated like hit like that, you know. You're not really supposed to see it loop like going, you know, over and over and over like that. But you could use it in a global wind system where like you would just say, you know, here's our bush, and we've got all of our jiggle drivers and whatnot, and you could just say, here's our global wind, and just add that. So we just said wind vector. Can I just get a twofer? There we go. So wind vector Y, add that to here. And now this is going to be like always windy in the Y direction. And then we can, you know, add our own wind on top of that, if that makes sense. Or like the local wind on top of that. But again, I wouldn't recommend doing it that way. I'd recommend having like proper wind stuff, like the global wind stuff that like looks specifically good for like global wind. And then layering this on top of that as just like literally just add it to that. It would be more expensive to do it that way, but it would just look better in general because, again, these effects are supposed to be, like, transient. And they're written in a way that they're, like, super cheap. Like this wiggler. Oh, sorry, the jiggler. Well, yeah, this one, again, is literally just a rotate about axis with a, you know, a few basic math. But the jiggler is just like time and 2 floats of, actually it's 3 floats. It's basically just a random noise for vertexes. Whereas like a real wind function would do something smarter. Also, what the fuck happened there? There we go. Alright, one thing I want to doodle with is... pick games thing. Library. There was a... Here we go. Async Blueprint extension. Hello. I just want to look through the thingers. Async Blueprints. What could go wrong? Apparently this is actually a pretty good plugin. Yeah, it's got 4 5-star ratings. It was $3, so I'm not complaining either way. Keep calling the Foliage Jiggler Wiggler. It's almost got... Well, there's 2 of them. One of them's the Wiggler. So the Wiggler is for like this motion, where like it's a rotation based thinger. Whereas the Jiggler is like a you know, just a general vertex-based jiggle. And they run separately. All right, let's see. Async. Can't wait to async my teeth into this one. So what was the first thing they did? Infinite async task. Okay. Let's see. So what they're doing is execute, wait, increment, thinger, print it. Now they're doing another one. It's called short async task. Okay, okay. Print thread name. So they run from execute, initialization, thread name, blah, blah, blah. Current thread name. Okay. Oh, so that's what this thing would be running on, I guess. Create and run stateful async task. So it's just a dispatch. Yep. Yeah, huh? Stateless. So what's the difference between a stateful and a stateless async task, you know? End play stop task. That's important, I'm guessing. As we were just playing, but in general, I'm listening. Have no state, no variables info is safer for multi-threading. Gotcha. So what would... So what can that even do then? Like what can you do with a stateless you know, threaded or multi or async task? Okay, yeah, fair. Because like I just been thinking like, yeah, okay, so I want to do this big kind of don't modify state. Okay. So like doing like a bunch of math and spitting an output would be... Is that stateful or stateless? Like if I gave it all of the stuff to do, like all of the if I gave it all the variables and whatever, and then it just had to spit an output. Yeah. So what's the deal with... So, I mean, we'll test it in a bit, but... Can two threads access the same... Can they both read from the same, like, reference? If like an async task is doing... Yeah, okay. So there's just no guaranteeing that they're the... That if an async task is doing some shit and the, you know, the main thread changes the value, then the async one still has the old... Yeah, a cache per core. Gotcha. So when you send stuff in to the async fella, it will take a cache of any relevant stuff that it needs and do the stuff, and then so how do they... So when they, like, sync back up, really just depends on which one writes to, like, memory last. Right? And that's like race conditions. Is that am I speaking the language? Rephrase. So, like, if let's say I change a variable, let's say, on both threads. Like, you know, I do it on the main thread and also the worker thread, and they're both trying to set a variable. The final variable value is just whichever one sets it last. Because, like, you could set a variable while the worker thread is doing all of its bullshit, but then when it finishes, it will then set the variable. And that, you know, even though it's now out of, like, it was out of date, it gets set anyway. Okay. Yep, that makes sense. I'm just thinking, like, is there... Yeah, I know it's like, I know it's more complicated than that, but, like, just generally. One thing could be halfway done setting when the other comes... Yeah, and that's when you get, like, a fucking crash. Yeah, I getcha. I'm just wondering if multi-threading is the answer. I also need to check if you can run, like, state tree asynchronously. Or whether I'd even want to use state tree for... Probably wouldn't need to, because state tree we'd only really need to use for, like, real-time AI stuff. Start without multi-threading, but write it with multi-threading in mind. Yeah. I think that's what I'll do. You're a good girl. Funny cat. I'm just trying to think how I want to structure this big AI, you know, decision-making matrix, blah, blah, blah. I might actually look at how, like, Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld do their... I know RimWorld is very, not... Like, I'm pretty sure RimWorld doesn't use much multi-threading. I can't remember, though. Maybe I'm just misremembering. What do you want, big chicken? Have you state tree? I'd always build my own data structures. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'd lean towards. Watch Stars do. Yeah, I do need to watch that about what was it, like quantum AI or something? Whatever their simulation system was. Yeah, I definitely need to Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really just thinking if there even is a benefit to using state tree for like the macro stuff. Or whether I should only use like state tree or behavior tree or whatever to actually do the real-time execution of, because like essentially what would happen is an AI would decide, I want to do this, and you know, these are the other things I need to do for it. Let's just, you know, pretend this is like the headless version of it. And so like the headless version, which is just what I'm calling it's like a headless server, but it's, you know, single player or whatever. Well, it's technically anyway. So yeah, so the headless version that has no meshes, it's just all data. It's just saying, yeah, like, you want to do this thing. This is, you know, the approximated outcome, whatever. It can just skip all of the middle shit, which is like, you know, the actual go to location, you know, navigate to this place, perform this action, component, whatever. And it has all of the, you know, the fail conditions, like, oh, you couldn't navigate to this one particular spot, so, I don't know, try climbing it, or, you know, just do something different or whatever. Like, the headless version doesn't need to worry about all that shit. So the headless version would, like, the decision-making tree, would, even when they are headful, when they're headed, when they're actually, like, you know, in real time, it would still run the, I want to do this thing, whatever, but it would instead, rather than using the approximated version, like, outcome, it would run this state tree, or, you know, it would run a nested state tree in its main, you know, state tree. So there would just be, like, you know, a data asset for, probably not a data asset, probably an object that's like, this is the thing, these are prerequisite, you know, tasks that you'd have to complete, these are the required blah 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 blah. But then also this is the, you know, the real-time version, and the real-time version can pull variables from the, you know, the headless version. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. I think we'd only be using state tree when they are stateful. It makes sense, you know. Or behavior tree when they are behavioring. Using concepts around AI and simulation a lot. I'll try to separate them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kind of. But yes. Yeah. Rather than actually simulating, you set a long-term goal, then over time iterate through short-term sub-goals at the time it's set, calculate how long it would take. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing. I'd also want to use like a kind of like a fast forward. Let's say I wanted to like simulate an entire town, but like we want to do it all in one. Like, we could wait an entire hour of like real time before we go back and say, hey, we need to catch this town up, rather than doing like 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, like do you know what I mean? So just like load all the relevant data, cycle through it in like 10-minute intervals, going through all of the characters and the whatevers, because that way they could then like interact with one another. Like, this guy moves to this place, this guy moves to that place, they talk about something or they get in a fight or whatever. And that would be like, if we just went through and said, oh, this character, fast forward them 2 hours, and they're just like, they wake up and now they are doing their job or something. We miss out all of that stuff in the middle that's like, where they can like be in the same location at the same time. So we'd still step through them individually, but we'd do it in smaller increments. So we'd have to iterate over the data more, but it could be asynchronously done. And that's for like the like long-term off-screen shit, which isn't super important at the moment. But even for just like, large-scale battle simulations, like the sort of medium-term, these characters are in combat sort of thing, here's what they're doing, that would still run using the same general system. Which would, it'd just be like a battle task. And then when they get like loaded in to like LOD 0, into real time, the battle task would just implement the, whatever state tree it wants them to use. And, and then they'd start actually battling in like real time with their animations and their whatever. And then when we leave and they load out, because all of their attributes would be loaded, like even when they're just simulating battle and whatever. So they'd have all of their health and their consciousness and their accuracy and their equipment and all that kind of shit. It's just their like behaviors that like are actually going to change. And so like off-screen behaviors or like simulation will be pulling the same data as like real-time shit, Super important but fun to think about. Yeah, I mean, like I always like to think about like long-term sort of like even if I'm not gonna program it explicitly from the get-go, it's like something that I want or that I might want to do eventually, so I'm gonna like not program myself into like a hole that I can't get out of, Like if my AI system for some reason relied on ticking every character every frame, if that was like a hard requirement with the way that I programmed it or something, then I wouldn't be able to do entire towns and shit. So, Basically reset when you lag out 5 seconds and get all the damage splats at once. Yeah, no, like literally that. Literally that. Where it will send you all of the player positions and monster positions and all the damage splats and like everything fast forwards really quickly. There'll be all the NPC states is got it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what we're thinking, yeah. Do the distance simulation first if you wanted. You could have a simple village that would periodically send assassins or something. Each assassin's would have a childhood. True. Mix iterative stepping with delta time by using triggers to switch between the 2 stars. Yeah. Second NPC culling system, so that the processed NPCs would just be on screen. Well, yeah. Player approaches the location node. Then AI had a goal to path through. Oh, yeah, I get you. Then get the off-screen AI involved, swap to a delta system to predict their precise location. Yeah, that's true. Stick with stepping. Yeah. Yeah, true. That's something I hadn't thought of. Yeah. That's the other thing, and I like that idea about the like the node-based location stuff, because like transferring an AI, like an agent from location to location, like from one simulation bubble to another simulation bubble. Oh, well, no, I guess that kind of wouldn't be that bad, because we'd just move them and then they'd get updated in that relevancy bubble. Yeah, I don't know. Gods of switching between on and off screen, leave the off screen AI running, but it gets vetoed by the on screen AI. Just lose control while the character's loaded. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, yeah, that's kind of how I imagine mine running as well. So they've got their, like, you know, their goal, which is just code, no, like, state or anything. But when they get loaded, that goal runs the, you know, the state tree version of it, which has things like, you know, self-preservation and navigation and, you know, picking their nose and whatever. But the overall goal of I want to be going to this location, or, you know, I'm protecting a caravan, or I'm whatever, is still there. It's just being represented by, like, actual stuff. There's just enough these delta simulated, then I don't think you should have a specific route he's taking. There's just a general area that is percentage change or accounting. Then you backwards rationalize why he was there. That's true. Although it'd be kind of different when you're dealing with, like, roads and stuff. Like, if there's a trader going from one city to another, they'd be following the road, whereas, like, a hunter would be in the forest kind of thing. I mean, yeah, you could just give them, like, a kind of typical... I mean, you could do 2 different types of... or, like, multiple types of, like, traversal things. Yeah, it's very interesting to think about. But yeah, like, yeah, I'm set on doing, like, yeah, like a delta version Like you using, yeah, just like a general delta sort of thing. There's no switch it does is make it deterministic as you run down the road, you'd encounter him where he's actually supposed to be, even if he isn't updated in that period. Yeah, I get you, I get you. Well, I guess that's the benefit of being able to, like, subscribe, or, like... I mean, it's the same thing, like, in RimWorld and stuff. Like... An object, or, like, an item knows which pawns have it reserved. You know, so, like, if someone goes, or like, you know, you right click on this thing, it says it's about to be in use by another character or something. You could do that just with location nodes where it's like, these, like, player character is near this location node. Get all agents that are, you know, scheduled to pass through this node within X time, and then, yeah, calculate if they'd actually have arrived there, even if they haven't updated for, like, a few minutes or whatever. We predict you cover 20 meters before the next tick, but you enter that range before he ticks again. Yeah, yep. So we can load him without rendering in the event you... So we can load him without rendering in the event that you actually do encounter him, because we predict how far could have moved before his next hit. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, yeah, the determinism of... Well... if we're talking like a large-scale battle or something... It's like this squad of dudes, you know, up in the top left of the battlefield are like doing their thing. And when they get unloaded, we'd want them to like basically be there. But again, that's just that could just be a general location thing. And they just spawn back in that general area. You know what's going to be fun is writing debug tools for all of it. And just like debug visualizers. Heaps of fun. With the AI task system, hovered over the mirror. Yeah, no, I did see it. Yeah. Generalized combat quite a lot. Instead of using all combat variables, I work only based on generalized offensive and defensive sum value. True. I mean, I guess the only... I'd kind of do that for, I generalize a fair bit, but they'd still need their, like, actual equipment, and, you know, if someone's, like, using a bow, we'd want them to be shooting arrows into their opponent, and so that when we load them back in, their opponent has, you know, they're full of arrows, or if they had, you know, plate armor, then they wouldn't be full of arrows because the arrows would have hit their armor when we do the damage calculation. I mean, that's just how the damage calculation works anyway. Like, yeah, it can just happen without seeing it, but there's obviously a lot of just real-time only stuff at the moment, so I'd need to refactor that. Hmm. Yeah. First simulation situation you think of is LOD 0 and 1. The Trader Hunter scenario is LOD 2 becoming LOD 1. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Although, like, LOD 1 isn't... LOD 1 is basically LOD 2, but... Yeah, no, there could be some differences, like off-screen sounds and stuff. For me, LOD 1 and 2 are quite different. LOD 1 is closer to 0. Yeah, I get you. Choose hierarchical similar to LODs, but the way actors are tick changed based on how far from player they are. Yeah, I had that idea as well. Rather than doing explicit, like, bubbles. And there's a hierarchical region. Wow, it can be single node. Yeah. I vibe that. So I guess rather than nodes, it's more like a big Venn diagram. Sticking every 1 second is effectively the same as sticking every 2 seconds. Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. Like, yeah, whether you're ticking every 10 seconds versus every, you know, half a second, it's essentially the same thing. It's just like how often you cause a hitch if you're doing it synchronously. I was gonna start with AI task system, like I think that's where I will start. It'll be just like, you know, a goal-oriented action planning, you know, just like a general decision-making matrix system. The matrix. But just like built in a way that is like that, yeah, it's just all object based. It can just kind of like run in isolation at any time step. If for some reason loading soft references takes longer in editor compared to packaged game, yeah, it kind of makes sense, I guess. Loading a soft reference loads it from disk into memory, doesn't it? Right? Yeah, yeah. So I guess in a packaged game, it makes sense in my head, but I don't know why. I feel like in a packaged game, like, it just kind of knows exactly where to load this thing from, or there's like less fucking files to scan through or something. But I mean, that's probably not how soft references like locate shit. But I don't know. It just makes sense in general. Less files? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's how computers work. But it makes sense. It makes sense. Why would you need to package otherwise? I mean, yeah, that's... yeah, that's actually a very good point. My plugin's fully functional with example level. You want to check it out? Oh, yeah. Do you have a, the Git for it? I can remember I'm trying to remember. What's it called? Repository. Was that in the Miro board anywhere, or was that? I can't remember. It doesn't have... Okay. Yeah, it's in the Miro. Gotcha. Yeah. Especially memory intensive level in editor use 14 gig, barely to 1 gig in package game. Yeah, the editor doesn't garbage collect. Like at all. Pretty sure. Until it like overflows. Or just like, you know, runs out of fucking memory. Which makes sense. Like, if you open an asset in the editor, you'd expect it to just fucking open again. Alright, I was just gonna have a look at my old Miro board. What I was thinking about the thinger. Yeah, so it's gonna be real off-screen unloaded. Or unloaded in quotations. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm ready now. Anyway, let's just think about decision making in general. When the arrows get shot in an NPC, would that data be saved in the NPC or the NPC management system? So it would be in the NPC. Like the NPC owns all of its like its data or like its attributes. So like there's a an NPC object has a reference to its attribute manager, or, you know, its equipment manager object. And then that equipment manager object has references to all of the item objects that are equipped and blah, blah, blah. And the attribute manager has reference to all of the attributes for that character's body. And then the individual items have their own attribute managers, which, you know, have attributes for the items and stuff. I might even extend that to attributes being able to have their own attributes, just to do like easier sort of what do you call it, compound attributes. But you know, how would the experience for the player be with this? Yeah, what Crevea said. It's like, I don't know, that question's kind of like asking, like, you know, why does Dwarf Fortress exist, or like, you know, why does RimWorld exist, or why does Kenshi exist? Why do they do all that bullshit? Like, it is bullshit. It's all, you know. But yeah, like the goal is to program a game that I can enjoy. You know, that I can be surprised by. Like, I want to program the game, like, I know everything about it and how it works, but it will still surprise me, you know? No, those are action games, to be fair. Oh, I mean, Kenshi kind of is, but I mean, that's kind of what sets this game apart from them, is that this isn't, you know, turn-based or, you know, basic click to attack stuff. It's like still skill-based and real-time and, you know, accurate collisions and whatever, but with the simulation going on. Basically, just programming a game that can make itself is the TLDR. But then also for like everything we've been talking about for the past like half an hour has been like the really broad kind of underlying, you know, chaos systems. But there's like actual, like, immediately noticeable, immediately apparent, like, cases for it. Like, you know, you've got like party members and one of them has, you know, an arrow stuck in them. So, you know, they run their AI decision making. They say, oh, what's the best way for me to solve this, you know, injury type embedded object. And, you know, you've got all the weights, you've got all the blah, 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 blah. And so maybe they decide, okay, well, I have low medical knowledge, you know, I'm not like a super stubborn NPC. Self-tending is harder than, you know, getting someone else to do it. So I'm gonna ask someone else in the party to, you know, to remove this arrow from me so I don't die. So that's like an immediate kind of, you know, and like a different NPC, like a really stubborn or a really like prideful NPC might try and remove it themselves because they don't want to ask someone else for help. So they're, you know, those attributes would affect their decision making. And that would be like a character development moment that isn't actually programmed, you know, in any kind of way. So it's kind of like, yeah, it is very utility AI slash GOAP. Oh. There you go. Yeah, and so the goal of the kind of off, like far off screen stuff, I mean, there's kind of like two avenues with it. One of them is generating backstory. So, you know, like a party member, you know, before they joined our party, they, you know, got into a fight with the blacksmith. And so now, when we go to that blacksmith to get all our gear repaired, the blacksmith's like, well, I'm charging you extra because this guy fucked my wife, you know? So, yeah. And then the other thing is like the kind of macro effects on the world. So like, you know, we cleared out, we solved crime. We solved crime in the poor, you know, the slums of this town. You know, we solved, we solved crime. So like the general living conditions are higher and, you know, there's less clutter everywhere and everyone's nicely dressed because they, you know, they aren't getting robbed and have the shit beat out of them and whatever. But yeah. Place unit stats anyway, programming per perk sounds messy. In the form of a perk more than a stat though. Having a specific stat could be hard. So, the stats themselves would... How do I put it? So the way that the attributes work, is that a character doesn't have to have every attribute. So like, you know, most living characters have like a blood attribute because they are full of blood, and blood, you know, changes. Like if as blood lowers, consciousness lowers and motivity lowers and blah blah blah. But like, we can just be like, okay, well, this is a golem or a mechanical being. They don't have blood. So rather than saying, you know, we have this mechanical blood attribute which doesn't affect these things, we just don't give them blood in the first place. So therefore, you know, their motivity and their consciousness aren't being negatively affected by, like, blood. Whether that's those attributes are looking for blood to, you know, edit them, and they have a default of don't do anything, or it's blood, you know, injecting itself into their, what are they called? So yeah, basically, like, a character's personality would be a sum of attributes. Or just, you know, an attribute which is, like, made by, what's it called? Wait, what's this? So confused. How do I... You know, first time chatter. Jabasted. That's a... Came into LOD 0 with a bad state. Yeah. Account created 13 minutes ago. That's actually really interesting. You know, I might leave that one there. We'll see how this develops. Sorry, let me get back to chat. What was I talking about? Oh, right, the attribute system. So, yeah, and so yeah, the attributes have tags. So you could say, okay, well, this character has. I mean, like every character would have a, you know, a stubbornness attribute, you know, of some value, unless they were, you know, a robot that just follows orders. They wouldn't really need one. But yeah, so like, yeah, you could have personality traits or like mood traits or whatever as attributes. And you could use attributes to modify them. Like this person gets more, you know, promiscuous when they're inebriated. And that would just be using like a funnel attribute, which is like an attribute that's sole purpose is to take an attribute and affect an unrelated attribute with it. You know, so that would be called the promiscuous when inebriated attribute, which would, you know, just be something that some characters have. But yeah, I think, yeah, attributes are like, I call them properties, not attributes, but everyone else calls them attributes because of gameplay attribute system. Call them stats. Yeah, stats is another good one. I think more stats like, the more like RPG related general stats, like or like almost like the base attribute level. So like strength is a stat, but your strength can be affected by, you know, being injured or tired or dead. Whereas like, you know, the character's strength stat is always 10, but their current strength is lower. But that's just how I think of it in my system. Example, someone could have tiredness attribute very high, and then, for example, be high neuroticism. That would give them the tag depression or something. Then if they have the tag depressed, other AIs would react to other AIs having that tag. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. One thing I need to look into how Dwarf Fortress does it. Because I remember reading somewhere Dwarf Fortress has a it was something, or maybe it was a video about how characters can like lie to each other, or like how to simulate lying, you know, like how do you, because obviously the AIs all have like the objective truth, so like how do you simulate an AI lying to another AI for their own gain? But then the character that was lied to thinks that is the, you know, the objective truth, you know. So if a character told this character blah blah blah. I mean, this isn't super relevant to what I'm doing, but just the character memory. Because obviously if you logged everything for every character, you know, your game would just, like, the save file would just keep getting bigger and bigger. And bigger and bigger and bigger until eventually your computer's just full of, you know, one save file. So obviously they have to, like, cull. Like, you could do it, like, short-term and long-term memory. So, like, you know, characters only remember the past few days, and we just start discarding, like, you know, every event has, like, a relevancy or, like, an impact value. And you just start culling them by, this was the least important thing, and whatever. So that they only have a fixed memory footprint. And then, like, big things like, oh, remember that time where we all fucking died? Like, we went into that jungle and got attacked by lions, and we all fucking died. That would be, like, a high-impact memory that, you know, an AI would remember. Have that memory I have thought about? Yeah. Then you have to worry about saving the memory in text format. Yeah. That's true. I mean, it wouldn't even be text format. Like, it wouldn't just be a oh, well, no, see, that's the trouble, right? So, like, it kind of would let's say, like, a character took notice that I was wearing a funny hat, right? A funny hat, like a funny red hat with a feather in it. But then so, like, you know, the event log could save a reference to that hat, right? But that reference to the hat is, like, a reference to the hat object. So it has... If they were to then remember that hat using that object reference, they would be remembering its current values. So if I had dyed it green, or it just got completely destroyed, they would be remembering that hat as destroyed. Yeah, or as green when it was red when they saw it, you know? So they'd say, oh, remember that time you were wearing that funny green hat? And I'm like, excuse me? Like, you only saw it when it was red, you know? I mean, for novel things like that, you would just do... You would save a snapshot. Because, like, obviously you don't need an AI to remember every single thing about every single character, about every single situation. You can obviously just pull one novel detail from a general interaction. And be like, you know, okay, yeah, the character takes note of the hat. The hat is red. It's, you know, pristine. It's smells like, you know, vanilla. And then save that as, like, a snapshot of that object. You can even just, like, fucking copy the, just make a copy of the object. And then, obviously, something novel like that, they'd just forget about it pretty quickly. Yeah, you could literally just create a duplicate of the object with the relevant attributes and then just reference that as though they were commenting about it. Because, like, that's the thing, right? If you were to do it as... like, as an example, let's say an AI comments about, you know, your current armor or something. It would be pulling the data from the object of the armor. Whereas if they were remembering something, you know, about an object from the past, it would just be easier if they had a fake, you know, duplicate of the object in that state that they can just pull the, you know, the words and the attributes from, for that thing. That would just be easier to program. So yeah, that's probably what I'd do for that kind of thing. Sov, what you making today? I was just doing a bit of what's it called? Plugin tidying up, and then we went down a big rabbit hole of just talking about AI, like as in like gameplay AI, not like AI. This is how to only know where the time creates a memory, not when it's recalled. Yeah, that's also true. That's true. Then you want to go with the copy object approach, make it simple first, see what works. Well, I guess, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it depends on like what context you'd want them to bring that memory up in. Like, if you did a duplicate of the object rather than like pre-rendering, you know, a line or something about the thing, then like it could appear in any context, you know? So, like, let's take the funny hat with the feather example. If an AI for some reason remembered, you know, took note of that funny hat, at that given time, then the remark that they could make down the line could be like, "Ah, you know, last time you were wearing that hat, it was red instead of green." Or, you know, when you buy a new hat or a new helmet, they're like, "Oh, I remember that, you know, remember that time that you had a funny fucking hat on, blah, blah, blah." Or, you know, you come across that hat, like you sell that hat and then you see it in the store and your companion says, "Oh, I remember that, you know, I remember that hat, blah, blah, blah." Like, yeah, you could just give it multiple contexts if they had an actual copy of it at that state. And obviously, like, yeah, you'd only take note of a very limited number of things. So we wouldn't take note of, you know, your fucking socks and your shoes and your, you know, your everything and whatnot. So if you realize JSON in text unity, not a full object. Well, whatever the method for storing, you know, just items and objects in general is, like, for the rest of the, like, however items will be getting saved to disk for, like, saving and loading, that'll be the way that, you know, a memory would get stored. There just might be some unreadable binary. Yeah. It very much depends on the save system. Yeah. Which is another thing that I have to eventually dig into. Why does that happen every time I press 2 on the numpad? called. We basically saw the attributes and the tags of that item. So like, oh, this hat has 3 stat tags. Red has feather. He's dirty, etc. Yeah, but it also depends on like you know, like how the real time you know, remarks and stuff kind of work, like real time observation of a thing. Because it would just be easier if they're recalling something in a previous state for it to just have you know, the same format as like an object that actually currently exists. And so you would have to choose between small talk or storage talk depending on their status. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like that's sort of the idea. That's true, Corvette. That's true. What were we calling this? It was like piss or something. No, that's the. But that's a different thing. This was the Prismatica. Yeah, I know it was like. You know, I've got a fucking text file somewhere that had that in it. Here we go. Prismatica AI decision-making engine. Yeah. Prismatica AI decision-making engine. Also, these should all be flipped. It should be like this. Also, why is there like... There we go. Cool. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Any sneezes? Also, no, I don't remember that acronym as well. Yeah, see, that's the thing about acronyms. Like the Prismatica. What was piss again? Prismatica interactive simulation system or something. Prismatica. Some word with I forget what it was. Right, how do we want to plan or do we want to do cases first? Because like we can do a chart of like you know, this happens, AI needs to factor in blah blah blah. Yeah, I think use cases are a good way to start. What's a good color? What's the color of thinking? There we go. A beautiful sea blue. Give it LED. Yeah. I mean, this will basically apply to all levels of the sim. All right, someone give me an example of something that an AI would have to respond to. Hungry, eat. That's a fantastic one. So it would be hunger too high. Seeing dead people. Sees dead person. Do you mean like a spirit of a dead person, or just a corpse? We'll just say corpse. Let's see. Getting hit. Getting hit. Slash. Getting hit what? Getting hit by... Because, like, getting hit is kind of different. Like, getting punched. Getting punched. Getting hit on. Oh, there you go. Getting scared. But getting scared by what? Well, actually, I guess that wouldn't really matter. It would just be scared. Scared attribute too high. Someone stealing. There you go. Sees someone stealing. That's actually that's a really interesting one. Hearing something. Now we're fucking talking. Hearing something. Tree could also describe the typical night out in London. True. Okay, cool. So yeah, so this is like general. So stuff like being in combat and like reacting in real time to combat and stuff is like slightly different. Like this level of decision making is like, you know, is fighting. So like this would have its subtree of, its real-time subtree of, you know, react to everything combat-y and kill opponent and do all the fun stuff. Is that gonna be... That should be fine. All right. Being gifters, yeah. Okay. Let's stick with these for now. Starting what is high-level task and what is part of subtree is something to keep straight. Yeah, exactly. That's the way to skin the cat. Exactly. I know all about skinning cats. Don't I, big girl? Is hunger not an attribute? Why are they separate? So yeah, no, hunger is an attribute. Oh, I didn't write hunger attribute. There we go. Okay, so let's just start with hunger, which is a pretty simple-ish one. So this would need to be triggered by like an attribute flag, right? I mean, there's a couple of ways you could... Why is my camera not focusing? Focus. So it depends on how we want to do stuff. Because, like, we could do a periodic sort of, like, calculation. Like, you know, AI needs something to do. So they look through all of their stuff and they're like, okay, yeah, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get something to eat. So yeah, I guess hunger would be a more passive decision that gets made. It just has a higher, like, weighting, like a higher chance of being the chosen thing to do if it is, you know, if the hunger attribute is high enough. But like that could be interrupted by getting hit, or, you know, something could like immediately override or trigger like a recalculation. So like if someone's like starving, but then they get hit by an arrow out of nowhere, then they immediately need to recalculate. I just got hit by an arrow. What am I doing? You know, am I fighting? Am I running away? Am I, you know, doing a backflip? Whatever. Yeah. So yeah, hunger would just be a, we'll call them like passive. Like a passive decision. Or like a passive, I don't even know what to call it, but, anyway, so the way this would work, it wouldn't be hunger is too high. Single task should be passive decisions. Priority of getting hit just jumps high enough to instantly interrupt hunger. Well, yeah, I mean, yes, but we'd have to force a recalculation sometimes. Because, like, let's say an AI's only, let's say they're like round robin, you know, like for the close people. I mean, usually we wouldn't need to like reassess until they either finish their current thing or it fails, you know, like, oh, I couldn't find any food, or, you know, I tripped over and broke my legs and whatever. So we'd want to keep it as like event-based as possible. And so some events would have to trigger, like, yeah, it could change the priority of things that are happening, but we need to actually like actively say, you know, reassess your situation using these new values and whatnot. So our order of stuff is, actually it would be, the arrows would go this way. There we go. Thinking about basis unnecessary optimization, but not confident in it. I mean, let's say like, let's say we've got like 100, or let's say we've got like 500 AIs doing kind of complex decision making, you know, like in a battle or something. So they're like, you know, they're dragging injured people around, and they're healing themselves, and they're running away from fire, and they're, you know, getting hit, and they're retreating and attacking, and, you know, whatever. So like they're doing like relatively complex stuff. And then let's say we are, you know, doing one per frame or something, just to keep it like really juicy. Yeah, that's what I was getting at, Andromeda, is the reaction time of like, you know, this person got hit and like their target has changed or their situation's changed. I mean, like, you could say like, yeah, you know, human reaction time is like however many milliseconds or whatever. But you know, that could change, you know, if there's more things being, if there's more active agents, therefore you know, there's a longer interval between reassessing, then, you know, it could just look goofy as. Like, if they got hit in the back of the head, and then, like, a whole second later, they turn around and, you know... Or, like, a whole second later, they crouch down on the ground and cover the back of their head or something. Or take cover, or whatever. It makes sense to divide those into groups where you sort attributes by category, like vital work, etc. Then environment will trigger attribute change, and then each group would have their own wait before AI executes on that group. True. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Scale priority of each task for each AI several times per second without significant performance. Yeah, but it's like... I don't know. We'll see. I think it's kind of just easier to manage if it's more event-based. I mean, that's like how my real-time combat works as well. It's like, rather than an AI checking all the time, you know, am I being attacked now? No. Am I being attacked now? No. Am I being attacked now? Yes. Do the thing. It's just, whenever whenever a character does an action, they broadcast that action and its relevant information to anyone that is, you know, subscribed, anyone that's aware of them. So when I attack, I send to everyone, this is the exact attack range, this is the exact location that I'm attacking, this is the reach of the weapon, this is the damage type, this is the exact timing that the active frames are going to be, you know, this is like the ideal time to parry. So yeah, that gets like broadcasted and everyone's subscribed to that. So it's only when that happens that they can choose to, you know, discard that, you know, like, oh, that's not relevant to me because I'm over here, you know, or react to it, you know. Because if it was like a check-based thing, it would scale like, you know, I'm one person and there's 10 enemies surrounding me. Now I'm checking 10, you know, 10 people's current combat state. And then when, and each of those, let's say it's a free-for-all, then each 10 of them is checking the other 10, and it's like, you know, it's a exponential increase of juice. Whereas if it's just event-based, it's like, you know, it's just a lot less going on all the time. The am I getting hit task wouldn't do any calculation checking of combat state. Their priority would just be constant 0. Till an event up to their priority. Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, like this here, like getting punched isn't it's not a decision. It's like an event that triggers a decision to be made. Anyway, let's do this. So, hunger attribute too high. eat food. So this is the primary, like, goal, right? This is how you solve this thing. So this is like a solution. But then how do we, you know, food in bag, right? Cool. Or food already. Or already, or just has food. You know, I'll just say. Sweet. Go food out. Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess it would be. Well, no, what? Well, I guess has food is the requirement in order to eat food. So what do you call this? Is like a requirement, right? In order to eat food, they need to has food. Get food, has food, hunger. Yeah. Well, yeah, okay. Let's just say this is get food, which is the you know, the solution to. Well, no, it's a requirement to eat food, which is an action, requires getting food or having food. But no, yeah, no, I guess you're right. Yeah, has food, and then get food. Is below that. And then this has multiple, this is where like the actual stuff happens. Because if they already has food, they don't need to get food. Which means they can eat food. There's also another option in here, which is be fed. Like if they're injured or they're like unconscious, then, well, if they're unconscious, it would be someone else's job to make sure that they're fed. But let's not fucking go down that rabbit hole yet. That's like some RimWorld shit, you know, where you've got to like feed. You got to feed, you know, downed pawns and stuff. All right, get food, forage, steal food, buy food, ask for food, what's another way to... Actually, cooking's an interesting one. Because... you could just get food and eat it, or you could get food and cook food. Actually, that would be like a thing here. Fuck, now we're getting Because you could be buying food, or you could be buying ingredients to make food. Are they different things, though? Well... No, okay, no, never mind. So cook food is a thing that can then get ingredients, which then has its own fucking sub-doodad, right? Which would be like forage ingredients. Whatever. Steel ingredients. And obviously it would use the same... you know, the same shit. Like... It's not like we'd actually program it like a big fucking tree. Like, it would just have a... Like... Obtain object. Obtain item. Blah, 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 you know. And it would do the thing. But this is just a, you know, a visualized version of it. Also, ingredients has a capital I all the time. Harvest off a smelting iron for making a sickle to harvest wheat to bake bread. Yeah, or you could just fucking buy it from someone, which is probably what they would do, you know? Because, like, all that other stuff would have an effort, you know, what's it called? Cost. We'd have a higher cost. Or the cost would accumulate with how many extra steps, you know, that had to do. I mean, this is like real life. This is why a lot of people don't cook their own food, because they have to get the ingredients, and then in order to get the ingredients, they have to buy the ingredients, you know. So this would be like get meal. Well, no, we'll just say food. That's fine. Well, no, I mean, like, it's not a joke. Like, that, because, like, that's how... Because, like, again, none of this will be hard-coded. Like, each thing has its own requirements, but then those requirements can have requirements. And blah, 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 blah. So, like, that is... That example is actually, like, a possibility. Like, if all of the weights lined up... If there was literally no other option... you know, an AI could do that. They could make their own tool to... You know, blah, blah, blah. Hunting size, check for hunting tool to make one, and make one. Yeah, or acquire one. Acquire one. Oh yeah. Also, we didn't put hunt food in here. Well, actually, I guess you could hunt and just eat straight from the thing. But hunting food could be hunting ingredients. But I guess if you were hunting, like, cake... You know what I mean? So you bought the same one for the... it's the same one, same one. It's just one big... Giga board. Improvise food. eat boots. Eat the shoes. Alright, let's move these over here. Oh, fuck. No, I liked it when it was there. Anyway, Be Fed has the same... Oh. Well, actually, no, for the AI, it doesn't really matter, but yeah. What do you want? you want to go outside? I can put you out. Yeah? You want me to put you out or put you down? Hmm? Hmm? Oh, you're good food. You're good girl. Hmm? Hmm? Yeah. Switch up. Be fed equals ask for food. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, it would be like ask to be fed. Let's say like let's just say you didn't have arms or legs. You know, you have to ask someone to be fed. Whereas asking for food for you to eat is a different thing. All right, let me sort this cat out real quick. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, I'll send you one, Akudo. UE Dev Board. I missed the short normal videos. Hope we can get back to regular programming, not live streams all the time. I've been streaming for 3 years, most days of the week. I've only just recently started doing them on YouTube as well. So this is the regular programming. The videos are the videos are the exception. The streams are the usual stuff. But there are new videos coming out. You don't have to watch the live streams, you know, they're just there for people that want to hang out and see what we're doing and whatnot. But there are videos in the works. There's 3, in fact, 3 that have been filmed. Oops, I was just I saw on Discord that you'd change your name because the server manager. I was like, who the fuck is server manager Cat Pie? I mean, it's a decision tree, right? You can have more branches, don't see the difference, but I am dumb. You're not dumb. Although you are hungover, for sure. I mean, it kind of, it's like a decision tree, but it grows. It has like n number of branches, right? So like a decision tree takes one kind of static input and has like one output, whereas this kind of is the it's not like the same, but when you look at the end result, it kind of looks like a decision tree. Like when you know, this is the thing, and then this. You know, can look like a decision tree, I guess. But each thingo like owns its own prerequisites. If that makes sense. Or like this decides its own prerequisites rather than like the overall system having some, you know, pre-programmed decision-y stuff, I guess. I don't know. Leonard Dorth. Brother, in this channel, do you have any videos about adding procedural additive animation to third-person locomotion? I have a video about additive animation, which covers like leaning, like acceleration leaning. And some other additive stuff, like additive crouch, I think, or it was like an additive landing animation or something. So that might get you started, at least. I feel like there was something else. Maybe it was like breathing or something. I don't know. I mean, they're all the same. It's just like, you know, different ways, or different, the same way, but different examples. But yeah. Anything below eat food would be a blueprint IMO, not a graph. Not a graph. Confused. Can't remember. Anyway, let's just keep drawing doodads. We'll just do it like that. We'll just do that. We'll do this, and we'll just do that. Then we'll just do that. Yep. And we'll do this. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so in between all of these, we have weights, and the weights are accumulative. Well, there may be weights, right? Like if there's multiple thingos. Well, I mean, I guess even these have weights. And also someone did say that this should be here. And that is true. These are both solutions to I'm hungry, right? Because then the actual feeding is done by another agent. So yeah. So let's do weights. incapacitated equals plus weight. Incapacitatedness. This, I guess, like, they only like a default, I guess. Well, no, it would just have a high base, or it would just have a base weight of, I don't know, 10 or 1 or something. Well, no, this wouldn't have any, because this... would... Well, actually, no, this wouldn't. Well, actually, no, the... Strongly advised, consider whether you actually want something like weights internally here. What do you mean internally? As opposed to externally. Can be available with normal blueprint code. And that also use utility. Well, this whole thing. Well, hold on. Ultra below hunger attribute. Could be one blueprint. No, they all need to be set because like this is just. Hold on. Like generalized, this would be get item, right? But it could have like different implications. You know, as a you can invoke. Yeah. 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 But it has to ask all of these things, like what their costs are, before it can decide what to do. Because, like, we could cook food, and if we already have all the ingredients, then cooking is like, you know, let's fucking do it, you know? And we love cooked food, and it, you know... Cooked food has a weight, you know, if we're depressed. You know, cooked food gives good. Gives thumbs up. Doesn't because can just be logic. Well, I mean, costs are logic. Everything's logic, you know. But like weights can give it variety, randomness, spontaneity, ingenuity. As a press, maybe the NPC will start to... Well, I mean, honestly, it could happen. If an AI is so depressed that they don't have enough energy to get food, they could just literally die. Or maybe they'll play World of Warcraft for too long and they'll dehydrate. So yeah, this is a zero cost thing. Because they're not real. They're not real things, kind of. They're like intermediate doodads. And then these have a cost. Cost equals, you know, foraging knowledge. Well, let's just, you know, let's just say weights. Foraging skill. Location, obviously. Yeah. Stealing food. Let's just get rid of it. We know that these are just talking about things that would affect this decision being made. So stealing food, you've obviously got morality. You've got sneakiness. You've got clothing. Current clothing. You've got time of day. You've then also got sub things like change clothing. You know. Etc., etc. Which could... See, this is like a possibility. To reduce cost. You know, like you could macro efficient, like if so, like changing your clothes has a cost to it, right? Because it takes effort. And then steal food is really yeah, exactly. Like it's just do you want to go outside now? You've had your food, now you want to go and eat more food outside. Come here, chicken. Come here. Yeah. You want to go out? Yeah, 1 minute. We'll go outside soon. It's morning. Wow, it's like nearly 7 a.m. It's also... Civil is still objective category, so the weight has to be calculated by the parent to see whether the clothing is relevant. So the clothing is to, like, visibility is what I mean. Yeah. Or like, I mean, you've got other things like consequences, value of the item. Okay. So again, that's just like examples. We have other. So but the weight might depend on something that is food specific. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get what you mean now. Yeah. Oh, okay. chat. What are you doing? Buying food. Buying food. You've obviously got money. Oh. You could also, like... You could also steal money to buy the food. Like, you know? Like, that's a... You know? Yeah, distance. Yep. I mean, distance is kind of just like a general, like it's like everywhere, you know? Like the distance to go and steal the food. So I guess distance is like a given, but yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll just put it there for the sake of it. Buy clothes to steal money to buy clothes to steal. Legit. Technically could be possible. This is just like the same as that. Oh, fuck. Ish. Like, origin skill, location, morally superior. Yeah, the veganism attribute. I've got level 99 veganism, by the way. I could realize they're good at stealing, so they join the Thieves Guild. There you go. That's some event-based. The Epiphany Simulator. Hunt food. Oh yeah, that would be hunting skill. Just general hunting skill, blah blah blah. It also like. So I had this idea, right? Whenever you die, or like die in quotations, but you always like miraculously survive. And also the humans in this world are like a lot more robust than our humans. But every time you die, you accumulate trauma, right? So like if you fall off a bridge into water and drown, then you accumulate like the fear of heights or fear of running water or fear of water or whatever. And that's the penalty of like dying and stuff. So like, you know, instead of explicitly just losing experience or items or whatever, you get debuffed like semi-permanently. So like, you know, let's say you get mauled to death by a bear, right? Then next time you come up against a bear, you'll have like an accuracy penalty. Or like, you know, you'll just have, your fear will increase more than it would usually. Fear of big people with axes, exactly. Or just fear of confrontation. Like if you get beaten to death, or beaten to near death in a pub brawl, then like, you know, maybe just going to a pub is like, you get a debuff, you know? And obviously they wouldn't be like permanent. But it's just a way to like, parts you find difficult will get more difficult. So it's not necessarily about making the difficult parts more difficult. And obviously the trauma could be like adjacent, like, you know, I died but in a pub, you know, like it's not the pub's fault that I died, but now I'm gonna get a debuff when I go into a pub, as an example. But it's more like, okay, I'm not gonna charge back in and do this thing, because, you know, it's just gonna become more and more difficult. So maybe I should either go and do something else, you know, level up, or I should just be more careful next time. Fear of gnomes with crossbows. You just play combat side, the fighting will become difficult, get forced to self gameplay. Down the road to bandits died on battlefield, makes future battles annoying. Do you know how to do it? I mean, yeah, kind of, but like, you could make it either more specific. But like, that's kind of the point, is like, and again, it wouldn't be like permanent. It would be like a temporary debuff that would accumulate, and eventually you'd get over it. Or you could like fucking get therapy. You could get therapy in a video gaming, in a video game. You know, it's like, I guess in like Valheim you get protection against losing stats over and over. Which I kind of wish it didn't. Like, I wish it actually forced you to think before you go and retrieve your body. But yeah. What am I trying to say? So yeah, it's essentially like a just a way to say, look, you can't just brute force. You know, if you keep trying to brute force it and keep failing, like, it's basically like a soft way of saying, or a hard way of saying, try a different approach. You know, like, this obviously isn't working. And rather than just like trying to, you know, clear this area or beat this big monster or whatever, and just like getting lucky one time, it's like, you know, got to use the brain. I think it would also make for like, especially outside of outside of the player, like just for NPCs, like you know, this NPC has an aversion to sailing on boats, you know, because they fucking drowned and whatever. You know, character development. Realistic game will have the players. I mean, it's not necessarily about realism. It's just like an interesting way, like an interesting in-world way to have like a death penalty, as in like a gameplay penalty for being defeated, you know. So we like retrying the combat and get 100 times till they exceed like Dark Souls. Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, more like Sekiro. I guess in Dark Souls you can kind of, you know, you can explore somewhere else, find more items, level up, you know, farm extra fucking, what are they called? Grease. Greases. Is that what they're called in Dark Souls, or is that Elden? No, they're resins. To try again and whatnot. Sekiro is kind of the exception to that, where, like, there is no extra shit, but... You force players to do something else, right? Well, no, like, they're not forced. They can try it again, but they're just gonna have a more difficult time, you know? If they, like, keep trying it over and over again. So, like, they could get it the second time, but if they're, like, really not equipped for it, then, you know, it's kind of their fault. I mean, like, they're free to keep trying it and whatever. Also do, like, the previous 3. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You could, like, limit it. Because, like, you know, you can only hold on to so much baggage at any given time. Oh, cat, what the fuck are you doing? What happened there? No, get off my computer. Okay, there's like fucking 3 cats in here now. No, what are you doing? Stop licking. Don't bite. You little bastard. Stop trying to hit Laddie Caddy. Like a death works in Ark, how death runs in Ark work. Generally, the world was too difficult to get your body naked, especially in gaze raids, and you had a time limit. Yeah. So that's like that's like I like that because it's like, okay, I died, but now I have like a chance to, you know, to recover my items or whatever. But I only get like 1 shot at it before my body disappears. So it's like, you know, I've got to strategize. I've got to like think, you know, what's the most safest way to get, you know, my body back or my items back, knowing that you only get 1 shot at it before it'll have disappeared. So it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe you could try and run at it twice while naked. Or you could just try once, but be more prepared, you know. It's a nice balance. Nice balance. Anyway, that was just an idea. I just thought it was a... What do you want, cat? Will the body disappear after 1 attempt, or after the simulation decides that other people have finished looting it? You'll always be alive. You'll never die. You might be a hair's width away from being dead, but someone will have rescued you, or you'll wake up barely alive in an animal's den or something like that. You'll never actually die and resurrect or whatever. You're just really lucky, you know? Or maybe the humans don't die. Maybe as long as their soul is intact, their body can regenerate very slowly. Although that has other implications. What do you mean, retriever? Oh, I just mean like in general. Like, just about like games and penalties and stuff. Like Diablo 2, I remember doing corpse runs and stuff. Run on my World's Immortal, they do regenerate. The player, however, has a different mechanic. Can't say what that one's a spoiler. Damn. No spoilers. Alright, I'm gonna sort this cat out because he's on top of my computer. And the other cat, so BRB. Alrighty, we're back. And I opened the blinds. And I also got breakfast. A singular Oreo cookie. Cheers. The breakfast is champion. Did I hunt it? Well, no, I already hased food. Has food's been set to fall. Double stuff or regular, but we do have some double in the actually I can't remember if it's double or if it's just chocolate, like chocolate filling. But did I ask anyone to be fed? I didn't. Because there we go. The one thing that I don't know how I'm gonna wrap my head around is like sorting out the weight for parallel, like tasks that can be parallelized, if that makes sense. So like this kind of stuff is relatively easy. It's just like, okay, yeah, we have whatever the fuck we call it. We have things that achieve that thing, and each of those things has weights. And then, you know, we do weights and blah, blah, blah. When I parallel tasks, you should have task layers. So let me like explain it a bit more, because maybe I'm not explaining it. Well, no, like, yeah, no, I think having the layers, yeah, like, is good. But, like, let's say, let's get paint open. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but I just don't have a brain at the moment, because it's, like, literally the morning. So like, let's say a character has to do or wants to do two things. Like let's say it's got 5 tasks or like 5 things that are highest priority things, right? And we just put them in a fucking array, you know, do these things at some point. Not necessarily... Well, yeah, you could forage and hunt, like, simultaneously. But I'm thinking, like, okay, well, character wants to eat. And... talk to... Talk to the grocer, right? For some reason. Maybe it's their mum. They just want to have a fucking chat. So these are like 2 unrelated things, right? Like, needs food and is gonna go to the market to talk to someone. Now, the most, like... How do I put it? Like, the most available. I mean, this is kind of a bad example because yeah, you could just eat the food and then go talk to them, and like that's fine. But like in the example that you could achieve 2 tasks. You could achieve 2 tasks with a lower cost by doing them less efficiently individually. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm trying to get at. So you've got so you've got 2 tasks. Does that make sense? Basically, like multitasking to reduce the cost of like the effort cost of something. And I'm trying to think of an applicable. I had examples in my head at some point. Buy water when you're at the market for food anyway. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. But it's not necessarily about like, you know, we've got a thing, we've got a, you know, this is one thing we could do, and these are things that we could do to do that. And then these have a cost, but we could reduce the cost by doing this thing first or something. Like that's within one task. But it's like, okay, well, but if we've got this other task that we need to do, you know, as well, that's like not related to this. So like we need to repair our armor and okay, here's an example, right? We're here. We are here, right? This is player. Or this is character. Or, yeah, character. And there's a town. There's a town with a blacksmith. There's a town with food. And then there's a town that is slightly further away than either of them that has food and a blacksmith. Right? So this is like 99 units. This is 99 units. And this is 100 units. So like, and you know, getting food is a completely separate need or task than repairing armor, right? Right? So it literally is traveling salesman problem. Fuck. And it doesn't necessarily just apply to like, you know, distance and whatnot. Although distance would be the main kind of thing, you know. Because it's like there could be like infinite, like you could just loop and whatnot. Look at Gope. Yeah, I've looked at Gope. Which is like kind of what this is based on, but this problem specifically isn't like solvable. What's the problem again? Okay, so let's say we need to get food. And we need to repair our armor at the blacksmith, right? This is just an example, an example problem. And these are like, you know, just both tasks that need to be done at some point. Like, they're not, like, urgent, like, escape from fucking deadly animal. So there's a town 99 units away that has food. And there's a town 99 units away in the other direction that has a blacksmith. But then there's another town that's 100 units away that has both. So using any kind of like weight-based, you know, decision-making stuff, then, you know, they would say, oh yeah, okay, let's solve our food problem. Where's the nearest food source? Oh, it's 99 units away. Cool. And then like anywhere from here, whether we go to this one or to this one, is like just inefficient. Like any sane person would say, well, I need to get food. I need to repair my armor. I'm gonna go to the town that's slightly further away, but do both tasks. So it would mean that tasks... Because, like, here's the thing, right? Is that any kind of decision, like, you would have to iterate over every possibility, which is, like, dummy costly. You know, I don't want to do that. Because it's either like, okay, we need to decide where we're going to get food first, or where we're going to repair our armor first, and then do the other one based on that, but I don't know. Search more, smartly using a star. Maybe? If getting armor and getting food were separate weighted groups, they can then be weighted together against the distance. Yeah, well, yeah, no, I guess they would exist on the same, like, priority layer or something, which is just, like, errands. I mean, I guess eating food is kind of... Sorry, I think the goat sells. Do you have a link to the specific thing? Because maybe this is where, like, utility AI and GOAP kind of diverge. Did you see something? Okay, cool. Oh, that's good, because, yeah, that means I can just watch it and just chill. Not on stream, but after stream. While I'm playing Genshin Impact. Ripper. Let me... Oh, how do I... There we go. It's everyone's favorite intro sound. Nice. Hell yeah. Alright, well, now I know what I'm gonna watch later. Oh, someone's already talking about A-star. Using A-star to traverse a graph of actions to achieve a desired world state and find the shortest path from current world state to desired world state is brilliant. So ever... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'll watch it anyway because it's very relevant. But and I think I've seen the one about utility AI. Or at least I've seen a video on how The Sims implements utility AI. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, how parallel solving like not just from the just in general, like how to actually yeah. I guess I'll get more ideas as I actually start thinking about it. But yeah, so the general principle is this is like a trigger. Well, not a trigger, but a what do you call it? A problem? I just need to like I need to name them. I need to name something. And this is kind of made me think about making my attribute system more hierarchical. But my brain has just shut off and I can't actually remember the example that I was thinking about. Like giving modifiers that they own. So that then when the modifier disappears... Oh, yeah. So yeah, like compound modifier or compound attribute. So like, rather than... Let's just say we drink a potion, right? Let's say like a character drinks a potion. Potion has X effect. You know, it has... So the potion effect is an attribute. So okay. So let's say there's a potion that makes us really strong, but lowers our accuracy, or lowers our... It's not actually called accuracy. There's like other factors and shit. I don't fucking know. It does this thing, but it also does this thing. And it does another thing depending on something else. So rather than implementing all of those attributes separately, we could have the potion effect attribute, which has children for each of those modifiers. Which just makes it more modular, which means, you know, let's say we can do a, you can, like, I don't know, fucking make your own potion or something, as an example, with any effects. So we don't have to, like, have, like, a potion X, potion Y, potion Z that have all these attribute modifiers in them. We could just have individual modifiers that whatever. So then, like, if you, if you throw up the potion, we just, pun intended, we purge that potion attribute, the potion effect attribute, which, you know, immediately gets rid of the other ones. I was also thinking, like, it would be more applicable for things like wounds and stuff, or, like, you know, bandages have blah, 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 blah. But bandages are an item that is equipped or applied. So the bandages naturally have their own attributes and shit anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Can the potion itself have powers like resistant to fire, like the potion won't get destroyed when you light a fire? Yeah, so the potion item has attributes. So like well, it would be the container that contains the potion substance. If that makes sense. Although the potion itself, the substance itself, could have its own properties. Or attributes or whatever. It would be easy to tie it all together with a, like, when ingested, you know, attribute group. And then a when ignited, you know. Not just for, like, runtime modularity, but just, like, to create stuff in general. Because, like, two potions might share the explodes when ignited, you know, property. But they might have different effects when ingested, or when, you know, when drunk, or when poured over someone's eyeballs or something. I don't know. So rather than... Yeah. That means they'd all need to have fucking an attribute manager. Unless I just had a... I could literally just do it like how I do items. It's more like a property rather than a... Yeah. So, like, all of my properties are attributes. There's no kind of distinction. It's all just, like, one generic object type. But yeah, like, the way the items work is that items are... Every item has the capacity to be a container that can store other items. You know? So, like, a backpack... Like, any character's inventory is just... Equipped items have container space that have, you know, child items, like, you know, fucking parented to them. Or put in their inventory. Put in their storage, whatever. Which makes, like, nested containers super easy, because it's just... This has a reference to that, which has a reference to that, which has a reference to that. Blah, blah, blah. Super easy. So I probably want to do the same thing with the attributes, where every attribute just has just an array variable called child attributes. So that we can just stack attributes that have other attributes. And again, it's less about generating attributes at runtime, but more just like not having to rewrite, you know, when character tired and intoxicated, special effect, blah blah blah. Had attributes that were values and then tags to give properties, and then those properties were added to the item regardless of what they are. Yeah, I get you. Attributes on properties, on descriptors, on buffs, on attributes. Hell yeah. That's Pog. I think I will do that. Just being able to attach other properties to properties. I mean, like, consumables is the obvious one, where it's like, oh yeah, we've got this, like, generic increases accuracy at nighttime, you know, effect. But we give it to, like, carrots, and we give it to rabbit sight potion thingo and whatever, as well as other ones. But then it's also like, okay, well, why don't we just apply that to a character when they ingest this thing and blah blah blah. And not have it attached to this thing. It could just be that the item applies these new attributes and blah blah blah. But I guess for things that can be added and removed, kind of makes sense. I like thinking. I think, therefore I am. Yeah, I think yeah. I need to do some reading and video watching. Because I can remember watching a few videos about utility AI and GOAP. But I think I'll just do a big refresher. Just because, yeah, I need to think about that. Like, because programming it's the easy part, you know? Like, fucking coding it's easy. It's structuring it that is impossibly hard. Or just thinking about the structure of it, you know, beforehand. Can I post a link to the one talk I was... Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you can post links on Twitch, easy mode. Styly, hello. Just found you through the sand shader tutorial. Can I recreate that in Unity with Shadergraph? Yes, you probably could. And yeah, Krivy, I will check out the plugin for sure. Faux show. Sharks. Can you make like a add folder? There we go. Reading list. You go in there. You go in there. Yeah, I'm so smart. I can just do this. Reading list. Bam, bam. Read things. I swear there was another one. That's, what was the... Oh, he posted the wrong thing. Okay, well, I'll probably watch both. Because the other one seemed relevant as well. like massive AI scale. Layers and layers of folders. Hierarchical folderage. Also, Big Imp. Yours was Gope. There we go. Add you to my doodad. And there was one. About utility AI that I... I mean, there's probably just a million videos, but yeah. Styly, what are we trying to make? That's a good question. I don't know. We're making real life. No, we're making a game. I think. Probably. Well, okay, to be more specific, we're just thinking about, like, AI decision-making. As in, like NPC decision-making. On... You know, like, how does a character decide, you know, how to get food if they're hungry? Something like that, as an example. Or, like, you know, how does an AI react to seeing someone stealing something? And, like, how to structure that sort of decision-making, in a way that is both robust, and also easy to program. Famous words said before a disaster. That's exactly right. Yeah. That's my whole life. We're creating problems in, like, before you've got to create problems before you have before you can come up with solutions, you know? That's what we're doing. We're creating problems so we can have fun coming up with solutions. But that's what it's all about. It's not about the game, it's about making the game. It's about learning. Like, I'm not gonna have a game ready and published that I'm happy with after starting, like, you know, a couple of years ago. Like, I'm gonna people go to, like, university and shit for years just to get started and whatnot, and I still haven't, you know, I still haven't graduated. I'm still just learning. I'm still just doing shit. At least that's what I tell myself. I'm probably going to be telling myself that in like 10 years. Like, maybe it's... I'm almost ready to like really start making again, you know? If you're failing to plan, you're planning to fail. That's very good. I like that. We're creating problems for solutions. Exactly, exactly. Finally finished the internship. That's right. That's right. What are these called again? Solution. I mean, everything's a solution, right? Well, no, because eat food is a solution. But it's structured the same way, like eat food. Well, no, this is a hard requirement. Well, no, this is a... I guess that's more like the action. This is the... I don't fucking know. It's a hard requirement, though. Yeah, exactly. It's a hard requirement for this thing. If I correctly understood in your game, you could spend much time just watching NPCs, what they're doing. I mean, yeah, you could. It's sort of less about the like watching an NPC do something and whatever. It's not even like so much as about like having persistence. So like, you know, I gave this character my old helmet and now next time I see them they're wearing my helmet or something. Like that kind of persistence is like, you know, it's nice, but it's more about creating, well, not creating, but allowing like emergent gameplay opportunities to occur. And once it's all actually like dialogued, then, you know, like once AIs are like expressing their intentions, then it, you know, becomes a lot more, you know. Think players, okay, that's really complex behind the scenes. Maybe 20 fun scripted sequences is better than this system. Well, 20 is pretty low, but I just don't really care about the players, you know. I just want to have fun programming. I mean, you could say that about, like, Dwarf Fortress, you know? Like, does Dwarf Fortress really need to be that complex? You know? Or could they have just done, like, a really basic, you know, colony simulator? Or like in RimWorld, if the, you know, maybe there's like a scripted event where like, you know, people come to your base and beat the shit out of you because they're hungry or something. But then it's like, okay, well now I want to program an event where like people come to the base to like rob you of your expensive stuff, and you know, blah 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 blah. Or you could just have it programmed that, you know, they, you know, have a they have needs, and their way of fulfilling those needs is by stealing your food. But that could happen whether they are raiding your base, or maybe you were keeping them prisoner and there was a prison break and they took all of your food while they escaped, kind of thing. 1200 is basic in terms of character reason, just seems complex because people add their own stories to their character. I mean, yeah, but that's like exactly what this is, right? You have to justify everything you put into your game while it helps remember to be realistic. If you can leave a way to implement it, sounds fun. And if you have the time to spend, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think justifying stuff is what AAA games need to do. But I think indie games is like, who fucking cares, you know? There's actually complex behind the scenes in a way that players won't care about, notice, or appreciate, I think. I beg to differ. I mean, I don't think this is this is just like rehashing like basic, you know, behavior tree stuff. Like nothing about this is like this has been done millions of times before. Like this is just like Sims level, you know, problem solving. Which is like, you know, I'm hungry. Get food. Oh, there's already food on the counter. I'm gonna eat that food. Or there is no food on the counter. I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna cook food. Oh, there's no food in the fridge. I'm gonna buy the food. Or I'm gonna go to the restaurant or something. And just choose one of the higher weighted thingamajigs. But then it's like, okay, well, you know, in The Sims, if your character's a vegetarian and there's only meat, you know, like, meat has been cooked. So there's meat on the table, but your character's vegetarian, then, you know, your character is gonna cook their own food instead of eating the one other thing, because there's a modifier to that, you know, the cost associated with blah, 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 blah. But, you know. Fully understand why someone would do it this way, because that's exactly what I do for my game. Also, you chose utility AI for it. Yeah. It's also like, yeah, just the randomness and the chaos aspect of it. Rain World. Yeah. Rain World's a good one. That's true. I mean, we could go on and on about, you know, what's worth doing and what isn't. I mean, at some point, you know, when you distill it, it's like, okay, yeah, is having character models worth it? If like if the gameplay is good, you know, like why not just have every character model be a base mesh? But like our, you know, the combat system's so good, you know. It's like, eventually you could kind of distill it down to... It's like my idea for a game that was about, the game is about, like, you are a gamer. You play the role of a gamer in the game. And the goal of the game is to get the highest FPS possible. Until eventually, like, you disable, you know, you disable shadows, you disable lighting, you disable, geometry, you know, till eventually the game's just like blank, but you've got like 1,000,000 FPS, you know. Don't steal that idea. That's a good idea. I'll make that one day. Creating ads legit questioning the secrets of humanity, like ultimate meditation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Having pukable potions worth it. I think pukable potions is worth it, but being like, you know, there's a level of granularity that isn't worth it. Like, oh, the potion has trace amounts of the previous potion in it, you know, if you don't wash it or something. Like, that's... Actually, that sounds kind of funny, but, you know. But it's more like, it's more to produce, like, WTF moments, you know? That's what it's all about. That's what life's about. And the point is, the players don't know this is happening, like in the Sims, it might be a waste, or might even get in the way of the player experience. Well, I think that's what the, what, like, character dialogue will... It'll essentially act as a demystifier for some, you know, why did my companion just run off all of a sudden? Well, because they said, oh, I'm just going to pop over to the shop to buy, you know, a new sword, or to get my sword sharpened. I'll meet you in 5 minutes, blah, blah, blah. What if it's a new player they've never seen in the game before? The first thing they see is 3 NPCs doing the same thing. That would be more important than NPCs with great simulation. They see 3 NPCs doing the same thing. I'm not sure. I don't understand the question. Sorry, my brain's gone. It's one of those one NPC farted next to a second one, and then NPC 2 hates them forever because of that mode. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like, something like that where, an NPC can react to and remember events. And, you know, have their opinion of someone or something change. Like, that's like... You know, that's like 100 hours of writing scripts and implementing booleans and stuff. You know, in Baldur's Gate 3, you know, like, into character, blah, blah, blah. And that's like all a bunch of states. Whereas we can have fun and we can simulate all of that using, like, sliding variables and actual in-game events rather than just flags and that kind of stuff. And then obviously the challenge is being able to dialogate that or express that, you know, through, like, what do you call it when you, like, insert, or like where you string text together? I don't know, like modular dialogue. I guess a simulation where the NPC is trying to fulfill some internal desires, and then there's game NPC where they're trying to give the player an experience. I think both have matters, but the latter probably matters more. Well, the idea is that the NPC fulfilling their desires creates the player experience, you know? Like Bandit likes your red hat, and they want your hat. Red's their favorite color. And so they, you know, hold you up in the middle of the road and try and punch you to death. But only because you had that hat on. Or maybe they'd target your party member that had a red hat on, you know? Evidence or events can influence NPC's moods, stress, relax, with them to make better or worse decisions along the choice of. About that, NPC can record memory along their path. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think like one of the main things that is very player facing is that every decision or every action has like an actual consequence, and like deciding whether, you know, that's a like a consequence that the player can immediately see or not isn't relevant. It's kind of like, you know, sometimes it will be, sometimes it won't be, but you have to do all of it for it to actually like work, you know. Approach makes NPCs more human. When you play AAA games, you see an NPC and you know almost everything about them, but imagine them not liking tomatoes. Might cause substantial change to the game. Yeah, well, yeah. Exactly. Or maybe one of your party members develops an aversion to tomatoes because they got sick after someone cooked them a bad tomato soup. And so now they just won't eat tomatoes. And, you know, tomatoes were your fucking... They were, you know, sun-dried tomatoes were your main rations for your journey. And now you've got to rethink it. Or maybe... maybe you choose one mercenary over another one because one of them, you know, is, I don't know, something over the other one. Some, like, weird little quirk. So yeah, there's a lot of forward-facing things. But then, yeah, there's obviously a lot of backwards-facing things that either later on or second-handedly or passively influence the forward-facing things. Wearing a red hat that looks like your old hat. Exactly. Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe the bandit was a mercenary. Or maybe the bandit was a guard on their day off, you know? Who fucking knows? But it's like when you do realize, it's like a wow, it's like this was scripted specifically for me, the player. But it's not. It's literally just a bunch of random bullshit going on. But anyway, that's all theoretical. This isn't theoretical. This is like has to actually be done at some point. Whether it's for small tasks, whether it's for big tasks. This is a yes. Like, literally, like, lowest level of this is, like, does our character or, you know, character that is relevant to us, do they first eat food, or do they bandage their profusely bleeding neck? You know? So just, like, choosing between those two requires some sort of priority. You know, like, at what point does being hungry outweigh the severity of an injury, you know? Like, yeah, you could say, okay, well, take care of all injuries before eating food, but what if it's just, like, a scratch from some bushes or something? It's like, do we tend those before eating food, even though we're, like, starving to death? So we can't just have a static hierarchy of, like, you know, injuries first, food second, recreation third. We've got to have, like, sliding. Obviously, the hunger of 73. Yeah, fuck. I didn't think of that. Shit. So that's like priority number one is some sort of what do you call it? Variable. Not. I mean, I guess it is variable. Like a weighted, dynamically weighted decision-making matrix. That's the that's like that's the thing. That's the base thing. And then everything that comes from that is just like, you know, just setting it up, just writing the modules, writing the, you know, task, writing the prerequisites. But like the actual structure of it is the puzzle. All this stuff's easy. This is just like, once we got the structure, we just say, you know, search for, you know, forage for blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, is there an apple in our proximity? No. Because we wrote a function that checks surroundings for items. Couldn't find one. Cool. You know, the weight is 0 or very low. Well, that would still be like search surroundings for food. Forage is like an intention to find food that hasn't been discovered yet, and blah blah blah. But yeah, it's just about like, I mean, obviously I can start programming it, and then as we need to add more kind of like, not leaves, but like I don't know. I could just set it up as like a single as like a single object, just object that can reference other objects kind of system. So like even this would be the same object type as this or that. That would actually make the most sense, because yeah. Actually, yeah, that would make that. It would also be the simplest way to do it. Again, I always come back to the items system, where like a container is an item, so therefore we don't have to have a distinction between a container and an item. It's like a container is an item that can just have other items in it. And it's the same with the attribute system. It's like, yeah, an attribute, we can just chain them together. That was one thing, like, when people were telling me about, also my internet's dying. Someone was telling me about the gameplay attribute system. Is my internet, like, dead? No, it's back now. We're good. Yeah, like, gameplay ability system has, like, the attribute system. But there's, like, fucking 5 different types of attributes where, like, there's, like, I can't fucking remember, like, modifiers or, like, does anyone use gameplay attributes? There's, like, multiple different sub-types, like, multiple objects of the attributes and stuff. And I just thought that's, like, a pain in the ass. Like, why not just have one thing that can do all of it? I mean, obviously it depends on you know, the game itself, but I just figured that every attribute is kind of capable of doing, you know, like, is it a timed duration attribute? Is it like a static attribute that modifies another? You know, is it like a helper attribute and all that kind of stuff? What do you reckon? This much complexity in the first place is very hard for a player to learn. So it's not actually about the player. It's about the game. And, like, the player doesn't necessarily have to know any of this. The player can just experience the forward-facing results of the underlying complexity, you know? It's like enjoying watching sports, you know? Like, I like watching Aussie rules football, but I don't know anything about how they, you know, how they draft players and the training that they do behind the scenes and the, you know, the money that goes into it and the advertising and the tourism and the blah, blah, blah. Like, I just like to watch men grapple one another and kick a ball, you know? I was the same with games. You know, yeah, the player doesn't need to know, and some players don't want to know, you know, what goes on behind the curtain. But the complexity, I mean, it's kind of like, it's a different way of like, filling a game with content, you know? You could hire, you know, 1,000, or let's just say you hire 100 people. So yeah, you could do it like the Bethesda way, which is you have heaps of people that handcraft, you know, a bunch of usually very, like, separated, like, you know, not interconnected stories and, you know, characters and whatever. And, you know, Baldur's Gate 3, where, you know, they kind of brute force a lot of those kind of, like, quirky, you know, we met these 10 specific conditions, and so the character said this specific line of dialogue, you know, because we can talk to animals, but we're wearing a cow skin helmet, and you know, we've got this person in our party, and we've killed this other NPC, and that specific combination of things results in this line of dialogue, and, you know, they attack you or whatever. Like, that's all handcrafted. But then the other way you can go is letting the game generate the events and the story and the content for you, like RimWorld or Kenshi or Dwarf Fortress or any kind of I mean even like Minecraft to an extent, even though it's more of a sandbox than like a story generator. But you know, Minecraft is like, I'm just trying to think of a situation in Minecraft that kind of just comes about from like as a product of the environment and whatnot, but nothing's coming to mind because Minecraft is pretty static. I guess Minecraft in a multiplayer server, you know, can be a bit chaotic like that. Wolves attacking a chicken for... Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's something in Minecraft that isn't scripted. It's programmed, but it isn't scripted. It's not like the wolves attacking your, you know, flock of chickens event is happening. Blah, 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 blah. You know, it's just a product of the behaviors of the animals that the wolves will attack your chickens. And that's interesting, because it's like, if there weren't wolves there, then the chickens wouldn't have gotten eaten. If there weren't chickens there, then the wolves wouldn't have, you know, if you didn't have chickens in the first place, then you'd probably view the wolves as like, oh, they're friendly, you know, cute doggos. But because of that specific two completely, you know, unrelated things, you know, you got a story beat, you know, you've generated a player memory from those two completely unrelated thingos. Do you want to make the next Minecraft or Red Dead Redemption 2? Neither. I'm gonna make the next Prismatica. You know? If the wolves are full, they won't need to hunt the chicken. That's right, that's right. If you just fed the wolves, then they wouldn't have had to eat the chickens. Could have been friends with them. Or you could have killed them before they had a chance to eat the chickens, you know. There are many, many avenues in that scenario. And when you like program in, you know, emotions and reactions and memories to the NPCs, then those events are actually like quantifiable. And they matter more, you know? You get that sweet, sweet player feedback. But that's all theoretical. It's all theoretical. Played a lot of strategy, grand strategy games. Never cared how AI played it. All I cared about was how can I beat them or kill them. I'm not sure if players really expect all these kind of... Well, I mean, if you're looking at players that, you know, play Call of Duty, obviously Call of Duty players aren't gonna like this game. You know? Like, they just want to shoot stuff, they just want to kill stuff. And I mean, like, you can just, you know, you can just kill stuff in this game. And things will fucking kill you back. And, you know, you can do that. But just because one person doesn't necessarily want to, you know, participate in the deeper stuff going on doesn't mean that everyone would. It's like some people play Minecraft in creative mode, you know? Like, they don't care about the hunger mechanics and the mining fucking resources and stuff. They just want to build cool shit. So they have the opportunity to do that. But that doesn't mean that Minecraft should just be creative mode, you know? Played RuneCode, can she do a fortress so I'd be part of the target audience? Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm interested in it, and that's all that matters. Like, I don't care if anyone else is like, oh, isn't this a bit too far? Like, do you really need to simulate the horse balls? You know? Are we really doing horse balls? And I'm just like, bruh, I need to see those big fat horse balls dangling in the wind. In the hot summer's heat. But yeah, basically the moral, the point is that if I think something's interesting, then there's definitely at least one other person that would find it just as interesting, if not more interesting. And because I'm interested in doing it, it means that I'll do, you know, a better job at it than someone that wasn't interested in it. In theory. Crazy to join and hear horse balls first. Yeah, look, it's kind of late. It's like 8:11 a.m. And I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Imagine starting a stream at 2 a.m. Wouldn't that just be crazy? Wouldn't that just be nonsense? Those interactive system Ultimate Games had a bunch of them too. Yeah, I heard that it that it went, I think it was the first Ultima game where like they'd programmed in an ecosystem, but the players just fucking gutted it. Like they just killed everything and then nothing would spawn anymore or something. Why on earth would you be the only person who enjoys what you... Yeah, exactly. There's always like... I always say this to people that are like people ask me about, you know, starting streaming or starting YouTube or blah, 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 blah. And they're like, you know, what's the best kind of delivery? Like, what's the best type of, you know, video format? What's the best type of, you know, thing to do or thing to say or the blah, 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 blah. But it's like, you like there's an audience for everything, you know? Like everything. So like regardless of whatever you do, there's going to be an audience for it, and you're going to do a better job at that thing if it's something that you're passionate about or something that, you know, is genuine, like, you know, your natural delivery style. Like you look at fuck, I can't. I'm trying to think of his name. It's just escaped me. Fuck, what's his name? There's a guy that does, like, other material videos. I can just look up Unreal 5 materials. No, not my games. Not my videos. No. I'm trying to think. Someone will know. Who's the other guy? Ben Cloward. Ben Cloward.
Today, I'm introducing a new shader tutorial series on advanced materials.
Giga Chad. Ben Cloward. Giga Chad, right? Amazing videos. 53,000 subscribers. Hold on. This is gonna get weird. My channel, 53,000 subscribers. Right? That's actually really weird. Anyway. Ben Cloward, super professional. Very gentle voice. Very soothing voice. Very well thought out videos with like a script. Just good in general. My videos, very chaotic. Lots of Australianisms. Lots of blah, blah, blah. You know, a bit of humor. Kind of brushes over details because they're not super relevant and whatever. No script. All ad lib, all on the fly. But, you know, he's doing his delivery style, his natural delivery style as a professional, you know, good human being. And I'm just doing how I do things, which is, you know, chaotic, you know, autistic, just very scatterbrained, just very, you know, say it how it is kind of, yeah, I guess relatable, you know, like very chummy, like I'm just explaining something cool to a friend, you know, like, oh, I figured this thing out the other day and, you know, blah, blah, blah. How cool is this? You know, that's my kind of style. Anyway, so the point of this whole tangent is that there's an audience for every creator or every potential creator. And obviously, you know, you can use like marketing and social media posting and whatever to like expand the reach. But you know, all you're doing is just finding the audience that already exists. The audience is already out there. They just have to be notified that, you know, these videos exist that are perfect for you. Which just, you know, I don't do any like extra advertising shit. I just kind of let word of mouth do its thing. And like, yeah, like maybe there's only like 100,000 people that are ever gonna subscribe to my channel. But if I just keep, you know, making videos and just streaming and hanging out, like eventually I'll find all of them. But yeah, so it's the same with games. It's the same with making game. You know, any type of game, regardless of how ridiculously complex or simple it is, it'll always have an audience that's just waiting to play it. It's like every game will be someone's favorite game of all time, you know? Like Flappy Bird. Like some people have like cherished memories of playing Flappy Bird with their, you know, with their dad before he passed away, you know, in his hospital bed. And Flappy Bird just brings a, you know, a nostalgic tear to their eye. It's like every game has an audience of people that are going to remember it forever and ever. Your videos do a great job of saying general use case for something which I personally think is better for people who are learning than being technically correct. Yeah, I agree, but I mean, it's like some people go to university, right? Like, I didn't go to university, but like some people go to university and learn like heaps of shit, like heaps of good shit, and they get good at stuff by going to university with like a structured, you know, blah, 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 blah. But then other people, like me, just like to sit in their room with their computer and just like learn shit at their own pace, you know, searching things as they become relevant or whatever. And that's just like different, I don't want to use the phrase, but different strokes for different blokes. I think that relates to golf, doesn't it? That saying. Oh, it's for different folks, not different blokes. Where's it originate? Like, what's the literal meaning? Like, literal. Okay, I don't know. It's about like stroking someone, you know, not like stroking someone. Well, I guess, funnily enough, there's multiple different ways to interpret that, which is like self-confirming, you know? The fact that there are multiple different ways to interpret that saying reinforces the saying itself. There you go. He's Googling it. Lucky I didn't search, you know, videos or images. So you tell me all games in Steam sell? I mean, like, you would be surprised. You would be surprised how many, like, nothing burger games have sold on Steam, you know? I mean, look at Only Up, right? Like, developed by an indie. They were just beginning game development. You know, they had a bunch of that, like, they saved up heaps of the free for the month assets. And they put together this big level, and they used ALS, you know, just for the entire game. And just stacked all these assets in a big, you know, in a big tower thing. Some AI-generated voice lines, you know, like a kind of drip-fed, you know, narrative exposition reflecting on the developer's life and whatnot, and their situation and their upbringing. And you know, it like sold hundreds of thousands, made bank. But obviously it wasn't everyone's, you know, like, if you told them, oh, this game's just about, like, climbing random assets, you know? It's like, well, there's an audience for it, and that audience is speedrunners and streamers. But they just had to find them. They just had to let them know it existed. And that's, you know. To stroke, which means to flatter or treat someone in a way that pleases them. Yeah. I like climbing asses. True. Who doesn't? Making a good game is impossible, just being realistic. Releases Hollow Knight clone. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, I don't have any friends, right? That's all. Thanks for no. Yeah, no, I think like clones and stuff. I mean, I think doing like clones of games is a good practice experience. But like, I don't know. I don't think like you're not going to generate any memories with a clone game, you know? Like players will have an experience, but they're not going to have like the experience. That like something that's just wacky and new and hasn't been done before will, you know? Like think of like Half Sword, right? Half Sword released a demo like 2 weeks ago or something. And you know, it's like physics-based melee, it's wacky as fuck, and you know, it like popped off because it's like it's something that just hasn't been done before, and for that reason alone, even though there was no like level or scenery, it was just like, you know, one enemy after another because it was, you know, a demo. Even though it's, you know, barely even a game at this point, like, it's still, you know, people remember it. People are gonna fucking remember that, like, playing that demo for the first time, because it was like, oh yeah, that game was like heaps gory and blah blah blah. Also, just Hellish Quart. No, Hellish Quart is a or Hellish Quart, is like a fighting. Like a 2D scroll, or not 2D scroller, but like it's like Tekken but with realistic swordplay and like physics and stuff. Half Sword is like, just Google it. It's it's something else. But yeah. I never played the original Claymay brand concept. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I guess, like, yeah, a clone. And, like, obviously, most clones are, like, a clone that... Well, a clone is, like, a reskin, right? Where, like, you don't change or add anything. Like, making a Pong clone is, like, you just program Pong, and that's it. You don't add any, like, power-ups, and you don't add any, you know, third dimension or four-dimensional Pong or whatever. Like, four-dimensional Pong, it's a good idea. Someone make that. Isn't a Pong clone. It's like a Pong-like. But it's like a Pong-like. And it's like Liza P. Liza P. P. Liza. Is like, you know, it's on the surface, it's like a Dark Souls clone. Dark Souls or Sekiro clone or whatever. But it's got like a unique, like a very unique setting. It's got a completely differently delivered story than, you know, a Souls game. It's got like weapon customization, you know, you can like interchange handles and blades that change the move set and the damage and the range and the, you know, the debuffs and all that kind of shit. And it's got like abilities, and it's got like the basically Sekiro prosthetic arm, and you know, so it's like on the surface it's, yeah, you know, it's a Dark Souls clone, but it's like it's furthering it's pushing the boundaries of the genre. It's progressing the boundaries of the genre. So I don't necessarily think that making like a game that is doing that is, you know, bad. In fact, that's just called fucking, that's just how creating things goes, you know. But then, but like, you either have to do that super, super well in order for it to be memorable, or you just go like giga, like, you know, just do something completely new that no one's ever experienced before. Like Kenshi. Like Kenshi just, I don't know, it's just imprinted in my brain. Like Kenshi is like, Kenshi's almost like the creator had never played a video game before. But at the same time, like, I don't know, it's just like not... Like the initial experience of playing Kenshi is like no other game. Like there's like zero relatability from Kenshi to like anything else that I'd ever played. But like there was, but like I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah, I guess like genre defining. I don't know. Like I'd played RimWorld, but like Kenshi was just something like about the whole vibe, and like the art style was just like scrappy as hell, but like in a really charming way, and the like, I don't know. Just like I reckon I spent like an hour just mining from a copper deposit and then selling it in town, and then going back to the copper deposit, mining it, and going back to the town. And I was just like, fuck, dude, this is like insane. Like this game is fucking sick. It's an exaggeration, but like, I don't know, just like the like buying my first weapon in Kenshi was like, I don't know. It kind of just made me rethink what a video game was. In a weird way. I don't know, it's just lit. It's just lit. Kenshi has beep, all that needs said. All that needs saying. Yeah, beep is he's a character. He's a fucking character. But I mean, you look at other like genre-defining games like Minecraft, right? And you know, like on paper, there's so much about Minecraft that's just like dumb. It's just like, why would you bother? Like, you know, why is a player gonna care that the world is, you know, procedurally generated, or you know, punching trees sounds kind of dumb, or whatever. But like, you gotta trust in the process, man. Trust the process. Well, so sucking, you're collecting resources, selling a pretty standard mechanic. No, it's just the vibe. It's just the vibe about it, you know? It's just the way that the game presents itself that is so, like... I don't know. It's just... It might just be the best game of all time. Like... I need to reinstall it. Like, just look at the graphics. Like, look at the fucking graphical fidelity. So good. So good. Literally the best game of all time. Kenji doesn't hold your hand, which is opposite of what everyone clamors for. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people feel the complete opposite. Like, they feel like games are too handholdy. Like even like God of War, right? The new God of War game. Or the newest one. Like, every single person that I saw play that game, because I don't play, I just watch people play games. Was like so annoyed that like the NPCs would always be like, oh, if only we could reach that, you know, that thing up there, or if only we could break that fucking plank so we could like get through and blah blah blah, like, you know, just all the kind of handholdy dialogue for, you know, for like people that couldn't solve the puzzles and stuff. They were just so like so annoyed with you know, the amount of like hand holding and like, you know, and people feel the same way about people that criticized Elden Ring for not having like quest markers, you know. So I think there is definitely a big counter movement against like the dumbification of games, or like the like it's not even like accessibility, right? Like, accessibility is, you know, providing you know, text to speech for people that have blurry vision, or like, you know, or blind people, if blind people are playing your game for some reason. Or like people with dyslexia, you know, like having the text read out, you know, if your game's just all text-based, just having like a basic text-to-speech voice, or like having subtitles for deaf people that like describe the sound effects and stuff, like they have in Minecraft and stuff. Like, that's accessibility. But like, I don't know, just giving the answers to puzzles and stuff, or like, you know, quest markers that just, or like, you know, golden trails of like, you know, go to this place and then go to that place and then go to that place and whatever. Like, that's not, people just don't like that for most games. Which is why, like, you know, Elden Ring like fucking boomed, like it exploded. And it's got like no kind of, you know, if you want to do the quests and shit, like the side quests, there's like no, I mean, it's kind of like too far in the opposite direction. But The side quests aren't designed to be completed. They're designed that one in, 100 players will accidentally, achieve the whole quest and blah, 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 blah. Like they'll meet this character here, and then they'll meet the character in this other place, and they'll, fight the blah, blah, blah for them. And then, they'll meet them in fucking Farum Azula, and they'll be like, you'll fight them to the death, and they'll be like, fuck yeah. Like, that's how they were meant to be completed or experienced. Whereas, like... And so, yeah, there's, like, no hand-holding. There's no, like, shoving it in your face where, like, you have to complete every step of this thing. And it's, like, fed to you through, like, a quest log and a, compass markers and all that kind of stuff. And, like, people obviously resonated with that because, like, Elden Ring fucking popped off big time. For a game that, has zero of that kind of hand-holdedness. Handy-holdedness. So yeah, people are definitely, like, looking for something in the other direction. Whether that's, like, Kenshi in the other direction, or whether it's, Elden Ring, which is still, like, a very accessible game. Like, from a, a difficulty perspective, or like a gameplay perspective. But, the gameplay and controls are clear enough to figure out by common sense handle with. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Peter, you're gonna post more prismatic devlog soon. I'm mostly working on a plugin now. I love devlogs. Big inspiration for me getting into Unreal Engine. I will eventually. There's actually, like, a lot of stuff I did since the last, like, a lot of work I did on Prismatica since the last devlog. In fact, what was the last devlog? I just didn't make a devlog about it all. Because, like, I think at the time I was just, like, super burnt out on videos and stuff. I think I took, like, a fucking 5-month break at some point. And now I feel like there's just too much stuff to catch up on. So I'm gonna, like, start a season 2 of devlogs at some point. Yeah, so the last devlog was about physics, damage, and the inventory system. So that doesn't even cover, like, the attribute system at all. And there's a bunch of other stuff that was added since there, but I can't remember. But yeah. Yeah. Elden Ring has bad UX though. Alright, fucking IGN. Alright, Kotaku. I work on accessibility in AAA project. There's a category of accessibility called... Yeah, cognitive accessibility, exactly. Yep. What about people who are tech or game illiterate? Well, that's not my problem. That's their problem. That's not the target demographic, If you... Okay, life advice time again. I know we're doing a bit of life advice shit, but... if you try to please everybody, you will please no one. Let me do it again. If you put everyone's favorite flavor into the same soup, it will taste like fat asshole. Knowledge. Also, don't ask me what fat asshole tastes like. But yeah, that's just something to keep in mind for like everything in life, you know, whether it's making games or whether it's, you know, starting a business or whether it's doing Twitch and YouTube, whether it's, you know, blah blah blah. Diablo 4 is the perfect example of that, exactly. Sounded like you know how fat asshole tastes. Yeah, no comment, no comment. Next question. Muhammad, hello, hello. I'm new to Unreal. What is your advice? My advice is to have fun. And learn the aspects of Unreal that you find the most interesting. And that are relevant to what you're currently doing. So, if you're making a game about building a city, then you probably don't need to learn about, you know, attack animations and hit traces and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's my advice. God, we've just been fucking chatting for like 3 hours. That's why thanks for help by try animation. Do you know how to use procedural animation for porn? Or for a porn, not for... Anyway. Yeah, kind of. It depends what you... So, like, there's a big scope of procedural animation, you know? Like, you could call just, like, basic additive animation procedural, in a way. But if it's something like... you move a character forward and move the feet independently as they move, that's not something I'm super familiar with, but there is content on YouTube for that. People always use like spiders as an example of doing like procedural walking animations, because spiders kind of just, their feet just go like from one place to the other. And then there's also like physical animation, which is like using existing animation, you know, keyframed animations, but then trying to physically simulate them as like target animations, like how Grand Theft Auto does some stuff, or like Half Sword. Which someone asked about Half Sword earlier. And yes, I have seen it. Apparently the devs are all big fans of mine. That was kind of funny to hear. So when Half Sword becomes huge, I'll just be like, yeah, well, you know, those guys complimented me that one time. I might have, like, indirectly helped them develop that game. So, like, you know, fuck you guys. I'm actually looking for the comment that... No, there's just too much. I just have too many notifications because I'm just so popular. I just can't do it. Resume stats increased. Hell yeah. Tried to add combat system hit stop, and montage. Don't know how to use. Add notify. It's. Think I get what you mean. I actually have a video about hit stop, or like an implementation of hit stop called. Fuck, what's it called? Save UE5 save pose. What's it? Here you go. Snave pose. Snave. Save and save pose snapshot.
Welcome back to
Let's see. No, that's about the ragdoll getup. Jeez, can you apply any more post sharpening to your fucking footage? Jesus. Actually, I need to start doing that again. Because my bitrate just sucks. Do we get the... There, hit stop. Those old animations were so fucking hard to aim. Hit stop. Yeah, there it is. There it is. He stop and he hit. He hit, then he stop. Essentially how to use notify in and a montage. You could look at the... Where's anim notify? I've got videos. Look up just anim notify. So I just realized that I wasn't showing you guys the video of the... It's just an old Prismatica video. Prismatica dev video. May the anti-dandruff shampoos treat you kindly. Yeah, yeah. I'm still feeling it. I'm still feeling it. All right. Are we gonna wrap it up? Who's thinging? No one I know is deving right now because I never usually stream until 9 in the morning. I guess you guys can all find something else to watch. I'm going to... don't know, watch anime? Anime maze? Oh, hell yeah, it was Sunday. 1, 2... 4. I've got 4 queued up. Let's go. 5. Yeah, nice. Do you plan to work at a company? No. 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 I cannot imagine anything less desirable. Who wants to work at a company? Jesus Christ. I would rather punch my balls. He is the company. Yeah, I keep you guys company. Doesn't that, you know? How do you survive? I have a Patreon. I also run a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel. And I have very low living expenses because I live in the middle of nowhere. And I cook all my own food, so it's like giga cheap. You run a Twitch channel. What's it called? It's called Sovereign Dev. No, it's called Kindred Games. No, it's called XQC. I'm actually XQC. Who is... which one's... Oh, that's XQC. Who am I thinking of? He's on Kick now. Yeah. I didn't think XQC was a white dude. Anyway, just goes to show how much I know about Zoomer culture. Zoomers. Am I right, fellas? Bloody Zoomers. Why? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I thought he was a skinny white dude. I mean, why I didn't think he was, you know. QC is for Quebec, Canada. Yeah, of course I know that as a fucking Victorian Australian. I know all about the acronym or the abbreviations for international states, cities. What's a Quebec? Sorry, let me. It's a province, so it's a territory in Canada. Gotcha. Wait, that doesn't even like, why would that change my I don't know. Anyway, I just had no idea who XQC was. I'm trying to think who I'm confusing him with. I just can't put a name to a face, and I obviously can't put a name to a face, or a face to a name. No. Anyway, stream's over. Get out of here, you guys. Thanks everyone for watching. Make sure you, if you're a Twitch viewer, check out the YouTube channel. If you're a YouTube viewer, check out the Twitch channel, because Twitch is just it's a better chat experience. It's better. It's more authentic. There's like better emotes and stuff, I guess. Probably. I haven't updated my emotes in like 50 years. If you're on either platform, consider checking out the Patreon the Patreon page, where you can support for as little as $1 per month. So if you enjoy seeing me do all of this silly bullshit, you know, and you learn from my mistakes and you find that valuable, consider supporting along with the fine patrons who make this shit possibulian. Cheers, patrons. And cheers, just regular viewers. Just viewers that aren't, you know, like, you're not super cool, but, like, you know, you're still pretty cool. Like, you know, you're, like, above average because you're watching this stream. Something keeps moving, and maybe I'm just too tired. Consider watching 3 that hadn't banned me for payout fraud, aka literally getting a random $3 donation after not streaming in 3 years. Damn. It's a conspiracy. It was me. I was just trying to eliminate the competition, you know. Anyway, thanks everyone, and with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. Good track. Why are you guys still here? Go and live your life. Go and get a job. Get a job. It's Monday. Shouldn't you be at work? It's 9 AM. You're late for work. Jesus. Oh. Music's over. See you guys. Goodbye. See ya. Thought it froze. It didn't freeze though. I was just like...